Hello. Are we connected? Streaming? Oh no. Did I forget to save? It says Five Nights at Freddy's. This ain't Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, this is Planet Coaster 2. There you go. Sorry about that. Planet Coaster 2. Save. Okay. Now the title is correct. Planet Coaster 2. I've played this before, and I'm just here to play it for fun. I don't know. So, a few coasters.
Oh,
Who didn't get away from the people? A few coasters I'm thinking of here. I'm thinking of an suspended coaster, a winged coaster, whatever those are, a hybrid coaster, possibly a giga or a single rail coaster. Maybe a launch coaster as well. So I'm thinking of coasters I want to use. Does this one have like all the turntable pieces? No, it doesn't. Okay, so that's not one I want to use. Now I'm looking to make kind of a bigger style coaster, but I want it to be like super fast and slow with like quick turns. My current one I'm looking at is, I don't even know what it's called anymore, but it's tall and it's red. 305 in it, so it's that one. I don't know. So that's kind of my design that I want to look at. So there's a few coaster types I'm thinking of too for that. This could be this one, the sit-down four-seater. This looks fun. Max dropping climbs 80, max turning angles 90. No inversions, and I want there to be inversions, so that's not gonna slide. This one could also work, but it doesn't feel right. This could also work very well, because it feels like quick, fast transition coaster type. Sorry if the game volume's loud. I can't hear it, but you might be able to. I don't know, I'm just looking at coaster ideas. So I think, yeah, the first one I'm going to build today is going to be this one, and do like this coaster type. And you can see the process of how I build them, how I like to build them, whatever you want to see. So, I want to load from the other direction. I feel like coming over here a little bit of ways. You always want to lift it up a little bit. Now it's not going to leave the station super fast, even though you probably honestly don't need to have offset banking already on, but I already have it on. So now I like to go out of the coaster, and then I like to like go down. You see that? And then I want to start into a bank. It can be any direction, but since you get on this side, I wouldn't want to turn around in front. So I think maybe. So I'm gonna go 18-degree angle, because this is not going to be a super big drop or super fast. So there's nothing too big or scary to be scared of. And then I'm gonna go do one of these things. You go up into a turn, down, turn out. I don't know what that's called, but that's what I'm doing. I don't know if we're gonna have enough speed out of this, but if we don't, I have a plan. Don't worry. And that plan would be to leave the station at a higher speed. And you can leave the station actually really fast in this game if you want to. So I might do that. And I'm kind of just designing it however I feel right now. So I think that's good. I kind of wanted it to go to the station a little bit. I don't know if that's straight. One way to find out. That looks better. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it all, and I learned a new smoothing technique not too long ago. You want to go, I don't know, around this range, above 5 most likely. None, and you click 1, like about 3 times. You get down to like, I don't know, about 5. And then you only highlight 4. Oh yeah, and I'm only using 4 pieces, and then you want to smooth forward. So this seems like a good technique. One thing I do like about it is that it uses kind of like the smoothing in this game is actually really good compared to the past game. So I'm gonna go through like 3 or 4 runs. I don't know how many of that is. I'll just do one more just in case to get it all smooth. Because I want it to be smooth and I want it to have a really nice and like fast transitions, like through turns, like good S curves that they like transform fast. So I kind of want that, and I guess I'll go back to 10. That's definitely more than 4, but I don't care. And then you go to 10, and then you only highlight 2 pieces, and then you do the same thing you just did. And apparently it helps the smoothness. I have other techniques as well that I used in the previous game that really did help with smoothing. It was, you get rid of a piece, and then you auto-complete it to fill it, and the auto-completion was a lot better than the actual smoothing. I use that a good amount of times. Okay, this is probably good. And it did get rid of a segment that I did enjoy that would bring more excitement, which is a little like air tunnel. So I'm gonna lift it back up, and then I guess I'll go through one more time with the 10, just to smooth it out a little bit more over this piece only. Kind of like that, yeah, okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and test it. Now, the coaster is a long coaster. I don't want it to be too much G-force. Okay, I like it. Rolls out of the station. Oh. Okay, so that's not as exciting as I want. I mean, it's not supposed to be super fast, but I would like a little bit more speed out of the station. I like the station, and how about we go for 15 miles per hour? Exiting the station. I like that because it sends it off a little faster, so you get more of a feel. So that banking's probably gonna have to increase a little bit. As you can see, it does go out a lot faster. And it goes through that a lot faster too. Now the faster you go out of the station, the more exciting it is. Right now it's not exciting almost at all. And I don't like that. So to give them a little jolt of what's going to be happening in this coaster, we are going to actually increase the speed to max. Exiting the station. And then we're going to start increasing some of these bank angles. So there's one. Then. Okay. And now I'll just go through with the 10 going forward, and we'll do this probably about 2 times. I don't think we need to go 4 times. And that's just to get all the angles used to the new style. Let's get on in the bumper view. Okay, it's still a little rough in certain areas. Nice little hills, I think, yet again. Go ahead. That excitement is a lot higher than I hope. Because I noticed it gives you like 4 on the excitement scale just leaving the station, which is actually really good. That smooths it out, I think. So we're gonna go over here to this charts and see the excitement. And you see it jumps down. And you can see that excitement's already 3, and that was an exciting part already. So now it's at 5. Which is pretty high considering you just left the station. And I like to have something that kind of loops it back instead of going into a chain lift instantly. So there's a fun little turn, and now I do want to see how close you are to hitting that other piece of track. To make sure you don't hit anything. It looks safe to me. I mean, it is definitely close. Okay. So now this is not what I usually build the building around the station, so that I can get an understanding of what's going to happen in this tunnel. thing I don't want necessarily. If I was gonna have a tunnel that launches you out, and once you exit the tunnel, it has like a cool little barrel roll over the exiting track, which is actually good to start adding now. Even though I'm not done, I want to have an understanding of where it's gonna be at. So I'm gonna have a tire drive. 45 with a magnetic brake section at a 8 degree. At 2 magnetic brakes, and then no, I don't want section. There you go. There's that, and then I'm gonna add the optional catwalk throughout the whole thing. There you go. So there's our brake section. So now we can go ahead and see. That's gonna come through. So now we need to repair the coaster. Maybe we don't. As I was saying, I kind of want it to be a certain type of coaster. So based on how I have it designed, it's not gonna be what I want it to be. Because I don't want it to be a launch coaster anymore. Because I was thinking of that one coaster, but I don't know if this one has a chain lift. No, it only has a launch. So, I guess it is going to be a launch coaster. Hydraulic launch. Maybe I can go ahead and make this a track and move around under it with a little bit of excitement. Like, jump down maybe to that main. Not too high. Then as you exit, go. Like that. Okay. So this time, since I don't feel like doing too much, and it's not that big of a deal, I don't think. I'm just gonna expand this. But I think that's gonna go ahead and get it to how I want it to be. Just smoothing the exits and entrance of the turn. There we go. I think that will be good. So we're gonna have some creative building techniques under here to make it fit. As you can see, that's nice. I like that. It goes under the station and moves around. Now I want it to be fast, like I was saying. And we're gonna add that buffer piece right before launch. And because it's gonna take a while for me to build the station, I think I'm gonna build it now. The color of the train track, or not train track, that sounds fun. The color of the track is not exactly what I want it to be either, so I'm gonna change that. And then, just because I don't want any track supports to be for the station, and that's just for now. It might change in the future, but no under the station currently. I need to see how much room you got under the station after you leave, so that we know. Yeah, you keep. Oh dear. So your hands can go up. Gonna be a close call, that's for sure. I could add a top hat, I guess. Like a tall hydraulic top hat. Top hat's tall, dude. Oh, wow. Could add like a short one, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at it. I'm thinking. Oh, okay. Oh, it's trying to go up a top hat. Okay. Good. Now we're gonna build around the station. Now, the theming of this coaster, I'm not positive on what I want it to look like. I don't want it to be just metal, maybe. Finding a wall that just suits that. Maybe that could work. It looks like older. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Okay. That's a close call. You're entering. Not much room to spare. that much room. Now over on this side, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. I want this, but I want half of it. I don't want the whole thing. Because I want this to be there too. So that when it exits, it looks okay. But that doesn't look right. Okay. That also doesn't look right. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm going with the flow. Add that. And then I can add this. No. Oh, here we are. So this is a wall that doesn't exactly show you the dimensions perfectly. And I think I can fit it in a way that makes it look correct. How I'm trying to fit it. Because this one's also, it's not like a wall that snaps to anything, which I wish it did, because it would make everything a lot easier. Not that bad. Okay. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and click on it, and I'm gonna duplicate it now to the other side. And I can maybe, no duplication is gonna happen. I don't even know what this type of wall is called. What's it called? Aquatic. Yeah, okay. And then that will go there. That looks better. Give you more room under there now. Now I'll go up here. Exit, that's too close of a call. So now I'm just gonna continue the rest of the outline of the build. This is just the outline of the rest of the walls. And I'm only gonna do the bottom. I'm not gonna do the top yet. Because the top's gonna be more difficult. That side's different from this side. So here's that, and then here's this side. And then under here, we're also gonna have a floor there. I like that. Okay. This is what I want. That looks nice. Exit to be. I think this is already a good exit. I don't even think I need to change it very much. Now, do I want it to be a room down here, or do I want it to be like a tunnel? That's what I'm looking at now. Because right now, it definitely looks like a room. But I can also make it look like a tunnel if I want. I'm gonna bring this down to look, because it's glitching a lot of something I don't like is that glitches. Just bring it down like a that's not very much. To bring it down a little bit. And now it fits. So now I'm gonna go ahead and roof for this. They might have the aquatic roof, but if they don't, oh, they have it. Okay. Is the bottom the same? Yes, it is. Okay. And now I'm gonna go up here. Then I could, yeah, like that. Gonna go throughout the whole station. So like that, I like it. But what I'm gonna do is that's gonna come off, and I'm gonna push that just in a little bit so it looks nicer. And that wall can disappear, and then we can start editing that. And there you go. So now it's just a little bit pushed forward, meaning on the other side we're gonna do the same exact thing. Where we place one, click on it, we get rid of it from the same it that way a tiny bit. Click on that, you click on the OK button, and paste it right there. And then here's the thing you're gonna have with both of them, and now they're gonna pop out that side, so you're gonna do the same thing you did from the side from the other side. You're just gonna push it in there, There you go. Now I got the roof done. go with the tunnel. I could add a room, but I think I'm gonna go with the tunnel idea. So one thing I am gonna do with this is I'm definitely going to grab that. I'm gonna paste it right below everything, like down here. This one I don't really mind if it appears at the bottom, because yeah, I don't really care how it looks over here. But definitely gonna do that, and then I'm gonna make this a floor. So now that's also the same type as. Then over here, I'm gonna locate one of these over here. I'm gonna click on that, and I'm gonna get rid of it from there. Go ahead, pull it that way a little bit. Edit the building and start placing it. There we go. Okay, so this is what I want. This is what I'm looking at. Does look a little weird on the bottom floor to have floor, and but some sides not have the thing here at the bottom. So I'm gonna do the same thing all around. This is what we've got going for this room. Under the station. And then it's gonna stop. I want there to be a little bit of section. Maybe a break. It is going a little fast. But we'll do trim breaks. We'll do, yeah, trim breaks. We'll make them 8. Yeah, that's fine. Then we'll make sure the full train car is able to actually get out of the station before we start our launch. So this is when we're going to start the launch. Now the launch is too close to the ground right now, so with the trim brakes we're going to bring it up a little bit. And straight. And now we can do a hydraulic launch. So we can do that whenever we feel like. We can choose the speed we want it to be at, and I do want it to be super fast and sloopy. So I'm definitely gonna make it fast. It's not gonna be too fast. And now we gotta make sure these brakes get slowed down enough, and that the whole train is outside the track. Yes, that's good. That's perfect. Now the back trains are gonna be pulled up over that hill, but it's fine. Who cares? Now we can see we got a room going on down here. So this is fine. It's my idea. But I could just make it a room, but I do want to make those walls like I was talking about. So I am actually going to choose excuse me. I'm going to choose walls. So I'm going to choose these walls, but I'm not going to add them to the scenery. I'm going to just do my own thing. I like that angle now. So we'll go for that angle, and then we can change it later to make the wall curve a tiny bit. So we'll go 2. And now we're gonna click like actually, we gotta do one more for what I'm trying to do. Click on that, pull it out, and now we're gonna angle the wall a bit more. Back, line it up, and now from here on out, I'm going to try to get these 2 walls over here to connect with each other. So, now see how they're not lining up perfectly? I'm okay with that. Straighten that out now. And now what I'm going to do to make them line up perfectly is I'm going to line it up like that, show that in the wall, and now you'll see that wall goes back behind it, so it looks like it curves perfectly into the wall. So now we got the wall set up on this side. Now we need to do this side, which I think I'm just going to go straight, maybe a curve. But as you can see, there's the tunnel starting off so far. It's looking good. That looks good. Now push it back a little bit more to get that line up a bit better. So now you can come on in here. So now we're going to do the same exact thing, but for this side. So find a wall. And we're not going to add it to any scenery group. We're just going to click X, and we're going to start editing. I don't really know what I'm going to call this, because this is like a tutorial video, and it's kind of like just me playing the game. I don't really know. So for this one, I'm going to just go straight, and then it'll line up, I think. Or actually, I'll curve it a little bit. Why not? Boom. And right now, it's definitely too far out. You can tell. Which is why then we're gonna edit, and we're gonna get rid of that. And then I'm gonna connect it to that wall. Like that. And now I can figure out what I'm gonna do here. Oh, wait, why did I do that? Why didn't I just duplicate it? I don't know. Okay. I think it should be fine. Like, just like that. I think it's fine. Alright, so there you go. There is the tunnel for my train. Now, should be able to make it through. Now I'm going to place the launch, the hydraulic launch. So 100 yeah, I don't know. I might go into Google real quick and figure out fastest roller coaster in the world. Formula Rosa. Okay, almost 150 miles an hour. Wow, okay. So I don't want to go any faster than that. I don't want to go any faster than 150. I feel like a good speed is 125. If I can. That's too fast. Okay, I can't get 25, so we're just gonna go 26. And now we need to make sure it can get up to that speed in time. We're gonna have a long launch, and I think that should work. So let's go to the testing panel and see that speed. So out the station, you're going 27 miles an hour. Through the tunnel, you're going about 20. Now you're getting lined up for the launch. Now you're on the launch. Sit there, and then whoop, accidentally stopped looking at what's happened. Speed is at 93. So we got more. 1, 2, 3. We'll go 3. And I want them to bring, like, suspense. So I am going to have a long wait time. You're going to sit there for 5 seconds. And they're going to be so confused. And then it's going to go whoosh down the track. That's what I want. Now you can see all this is a build. I probably should have added some of these walls to the build. Because now I can't lower or raise the build at all. Unless I just... Actually, so you can see right now, based on how this is looking, some of these tracks are actually, like, not having any supports on the bottom like that. And I don't like that, so I'm going to actually highlight the whole build. I'm going to try to bring it up. Just enough to where they have these concrete slabs. But no higher. So some of them won't, but I want the launch to have them. So there you go. A little higher off the ground now. Back to the testing, and maybe I'll be able to fit 2 difficult. Oh, right, I have to block it. So I'm trying to operate with at least 2 drains. Now remember, oh wait, is this the entrance and exit, or just the entrance? I'm gonna figure that out right now. Because if it's just the entrance, I changed my mind about that. Yes, it's only the entrance. I changed my mind. So it's not really gonna make any difference. It's just now I want it to be that. Okay. Perfect, that's what I wanted. Okay, so now we can test it again. We can see what your excitement is through here. It's a little higher off the ground, so maybe it's more exciting. I don't expect any more. Through that turn, you actually got a little exciting. That's surprising. And now once you line up for the launch, it's sit there, and then boom! Oh, look at that excitement. 121. That's definitely hitting the speed I wanted touching it, I feel like. Again. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, yes, I'm going to go 4, but I want there to be a buffer. Like 1 buffer piece. And then it's going to be a fast transition. I'm going to go with at least 4 pieces within that to get what I want. And then I'm going to start banking on the 4th piece. And then you can't make it that tight out, because it's going to be fast. And then I feel like maybe going into this curve. So 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. I feel like an 8. Just enough. Alright, let's see what this speed is coming out soon. So now I'm going to go back in and do that smoothing technique, because you'll see the bank, getting into the banks is really unsmooth. So 1, 2, 3. And then grab 4 and only 4. Go forwards, go to 5, and then go through. I do 4 runs most of the time, but sometimes I don't. So that's 1. You could do 2, you could do 3, you could do 4, you could do whatever. I'm going to go with 4. 3. 4. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but increase. Okay. So now we're just going to go, I'm going to do it again, but this is just, we're going to test it and see how it looks and see how it's working. It's a little rough around there, but that's okay. I mainly care about once you're actually in the main part of the coaster. Wow! This is crazy. Now remember, I need to make sure I can make a path. That is insane. I think I'm gonna have to change that. I mean, it pulls into there at a... Oh! Yeah, that's gonna have to change. Oh, 9Gs. Can this coaster even go inverted? It can't. I like that. Okay. I want to go into, like... Okay, it's gonna have, like, 10 pieces. They bank it into this turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Double last one. You're just barely gonna bank it. Oh, that's what we did last time, but it was like 9Gs. So 5. And then once you get into it, now we're gonna start lifting it off the ground a little bit. And leaning into the bank. It's the struggles of building a 4. We'll go 4. And start leaning into it a little bit more before you start getting high. You're not going to increase that turn angle at all. We're going to increase the banking. Okay, so once you get up, now we're going to go down. Then, because I feel like it, I'm going to hit a nice little cheeky roll. That's cool. I like that. Okay, that looks safe. Okay. That's fast. But it's also really unsmooth. Which is why now we're gonna go in and go smooth. there will be a lot of track pieces. This is going to be a really spread out coaster, which I don't build too many of these. But since it's moving at 120 miles an hour, it's going to be moving really fast. What am I saying? Since it's moving so fast, we're going to have more understanding of how much length there will be in the track. The track is going to be a lot longer, and turns will take a lot more time than if you're going slow. Force isn't still too high. Let's see. It's coming in. What goes into that? 4, 5. I don't think it's too bad. I think the lateral is too high at the top over here. As you see, it's pulling out of that decently fast. Like at the top of that, pretty high. We should go even farther into that roll. Then go back into the whole smoothing idea. Smooth that turn. Boom, there you go. Wait, is there... I think that's good. I like that. It is 5Gs. It's gonna be intense. I think this angle right here is too much. Right there. But after that, I think it's a good amount. I'm gonna go back in and start turning. As you see, when it starts going up, I feel like that turn should be less. Oh, wow. And you'll see really unsmooth locations and turns. Or that. Okay. Now let's go after the main launch and after all these turns. Let's take it real fast. Okay. There was a few unsmooth sections that I dislike. And I'm actually going to go back to the past. And I'm going to delete that section. Or maybe not that entire section. But part of these will go. And we're going to try to reconnect with it. But up is going to be a lot less. And then it will roll into that smoother, and I think I can get that much smoother. Like, you see that? Yeah. So now we're going to go back in and do some more smoothing, because there is some smoothing I didn't end up finishing. I think everything else is good. I mean, yes, it's going to be a scary coaster, so it's not going to be super all fun, yay! It'll be more like, the whole time. You're going to be terrified. I really like that bank into the turn, though. It's so smooth, and it pulls, like, into the idea of that turn. Like, you can really feel what it would feel like. I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it. So now we're going to go ahead and see what the fear is, because that's another key detail you need to be looking at the whole time. Okay, so it's going to be high, but the excitement is really high. Vertical G's. 6. That's a lot. What roller coaster has the most? Actually, I think I've looked this up before. I think it's has like 12 Gs, which way too much. But yeah, it was gone. So we have half of that. So I think the one that probably has the most in operation is probably like 5. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. How do I go up? Like, you could... Oh, there's so many things you could see that are so imperfect during its launch. I hate it. And I'm gonna actually watch from the person's point of view, because that's another good thing to be watching from. I have another thing I just noticed. I think I might be banking into this too much. I mean, I know I should be banking into it at that, like, a good angle, but I think I'm banking into it too much. So, I'm gonna go ahead and fix that. See, now all the track supports are actually there, so now you know that you're banking into it at a decent angle, I feel like. So you'll see it come on in this turn. And then it rolls out of that super fast. Holy cow, dude. It's no slow coaster. Oh, wow. Okay, and then, yeah, I think we should keep that turn going. And then I think we should have, like, a big airtime hill, maybe. So 6 is too much. So we'll start baking up, and we'll start rolling out of that turn. Look at that. I think that's gonna be too sharp. That's the game paused. Yeah, that's why I wasn't paying attention. And I'm gonna go in and start smoothing out all of that. This is really hard to make, I'll be completely honest. I really wanted like a nice fast coaster. I really wanted it to be fast. I mean, sometimes too fast. And I think we could be at that point right now where it's like, I really want the coaster to be fast, but it's a little too fast. I feel like we need airtime to bring that excitement up even more. This is real-time speed, by the way. 6 Gs almost again. That's a lot, that's a lot. I feel like we're at a good point here, though. That we can start pulling out of that. We're gonna start pulling out, and that's where you're gonna feel a lot of airtime. I'm about to say hang time. You're gonna feel airtime, not hang time. Not upside down yet. So then once we're up here, I want there to be like a fun maneuver still. Where we start rolling over, which this is kind of like a drop on one of the wind coasters, where it starts rolling. And then it drops down. Gains even more speed. I want that. I could pull out of that easily. But look at the speed it's pulling out of it at. That's what you don't want. It's so hard to make a coaster that's fast, fun, twisty and turny, and like has a good amount of like good ratings. Oh wow, that's a lot of airtime. That is a lot of airtime and a lot of what I don't want to see, which is too much negative G-force. I mean, it's cool, don't get me wrong, but negative G-force ain't no fun. And since I couldn't do a chain lift, I'll go 90 degrees up, and then we'll start sliding back out. And this is kinda gonna be like a chain lift. Considering it's almost 300 feet, I think, right now. So it's considered a giga coaster. And now we go down. It's kind of like a top hat, I guess. In some way, it's a top hat. I should have just gone into a top hat. Like, what am I doing? Trying to get airtime and all that. No, just go to the top hat, dude. It's not gonna be a super tall one, but it's gonna be one at least. One piece, and then we're gonna go into that top hat, up the turnpike. But not that tall, just over like that. I think that would be good. Oh, it looks stupid. Oh, that's cool. Oh, can't make it. That's cool. But it cannot make it. Which is why we're gonna keep that. But we're just gonna go the turnover. And roll out of it. So I have the top hat, just not as tall as... like, tall for like a normal tall. Now, smooth the heck out of that thing. I just go one straight and then make it over. Then I can go straight down and roll back. So it's taller now. It's like, hold up. Top hat. Whoa. I still think it's too fast. We're at the point where I can just roll out like that. Oh, not yet. That's good, I like that. That's good. Okay. Two of those to finish back. I think it is much taller. You go up an insanely tall top hat, and then you come on back down. I don't know. Actually, I want it to be low to the ground. I didn't really want it to be the tallest coaster in the world. I need an airtime thing, though. What's one thing that will bring up airtime? Oh, wait, I don't know airtime. Just small, little airtime now. airtime hill down. Now we're just gonna bring it down in height. It went over that really fast. Some areas where I'm not doing as much smoothing. That's good, I like that. Okay, now let's go ahead and watch. This is real-time speed, by the way. I want there to be a few key moments in it where I think I'm gonna actually start making the actual park part of the park. So I'm gonna make a thick path. I want there to be a few key moments of the path. It'll be like an entrance and stuff in some direction. But I want there to be a few key moments. Like, I want the path to start wrapping around over here. The entrance and stuff will be over there, but now I want there to be like little areas over here that start leading over to like a little plaza over here. That, yeah. Like I want there to be like a little plaza or something over here. We can make that. Now see there's a plaza. I want there to be cool, like, things wrapping around the plaza from the ride. Now it's a big ride, so it's gonna last a while until I complete all that speed. So now I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. Yeah. Is that an improvement? Not really. And down. And I'll roll out with 4. 2, 4. And then I'll roll up. 1, 2, and then go 1, 2, 3. And I'll start bending. Nice tight turn. Stop turning, and I want it to start rolling out of that. Oh wait, I want to roll it over into a roll. And I want to start rolling down. And I want to start banking off that way. Now I want it to just keep going down. Start to flatten out. A barrel. See, I'm working on designs that are cool and stuff. Like, I don't know, I'm just working. Now I'm gonna highlight everything. Press this button a few times. And as you'll see it come over here over the gateway. Roll out, around over here. Fun little turn here. But I like it. I like it. That's the whole point. starting to like how this is looking. You can put a nice, kind of like an S-bend, I guess. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. I mean, technically it is. You roll up. It's kind of like a viewing point of the ride. You can see it roll out, and you get a nice bank turn there. Now we'll do this probably at least 2 times, the back and forth. Now it's starting to deplete speed, so I can start doing more tight turns and bigger hills, where it's not going to be as intense on the rider. So it'll be more exciting, as you'll get to do more things and stop spreading out the ride as much. The beginning of the ride looks a little insane, and it is. It's supposed to be tight turns. Okay, there you go. Speed. We're gonna look at that speed there. Or no, we'll look at the vertical G's. I'm more focused on the G forces here, because 9 G's is a lot. That's a lot of G's. So what I'm actually gonna do now, I'm gonna slow down how fast the launch is. I know. Little boring. But it's so hard to work with the roller coaster at this point because it's going too fast. Like, it's too fast to where it's hard to work with the coaster. Like, it's hard to make it exciting and fun. It's like too fast. So you can see that's a lot slower. Still definitely fun. Yeah, it's still fun. It looks good still. It still looks fun and exciting. It's not, like, anything too bad anymore. But now you get to see the excitement. It's almost at max the whole time. Fear, though, is almost always at max. Nausea is also not too bad. But vertical G-force. Look at the G's. 3 G's. It's like, whoa, this is a perfect coaster now. There is not that much G-force, which is awesome. That is literally what we want. Now, I am going to smooth this probably with too much strength, because I don't think it needs that much. Now, like I was saying, I want to go do a barrel roll still. Nothing's stopping me from still doing what I want the coaster to do. It's just, it was too intense at the moment. Now it's not as bad. A barrel roll over the entrance. And I want to do like a double barrel roll. Then it starts rolling out. And keep in mind it's still going fast over here. So it's still gotta keep an eye on that G-force. And that's gonna roll over the top there. Too many trees in this area over here, so we are going to delete some of those because they're in the way of my building. Is this too fast? I mean, probably. I mean, look at that. There's like no track supports over the whole top. It's, dude, this is gonna be stupid. Look at that. It's so cool though. I like how it's turning out. That's the fun part. Building is the fun part. Designing can also be fun. Like the design of the coaster, you can see it starts to roll over the top there. I like this. This is so cool. It is probably too fast, I'll tell you that. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay, what's the vertical on that now? See, now that I got rid of the speed, now I'm thinking I have like infinite speed to work with, but I don't. Yeah, now I got it back up to 6. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Because I thought I had like infinite stuff to work with, but it doesn't have it. I mean, I could definitely race it like that. I'm gonna make it so it slows down a little bit more now. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab all of that and I'm gonna raise the height so that it rolls over the top. It's a roll, that's for sure. No one's gonna forget that. That's cool. It is actually the highest point. It's off the ground. Because I'm trying to get it into a roll. Oh, that works. That was smooth. It looks like it too. The vertical G's might be a lot there. That's what I'm worried about. Vertical G's. Lateral is not what I'm too big of a deal about. It's the vertical there. So you can see that vertical G's is now almost 4. I'm trying to keep it under 4. It's okay if it gets to 4 though. 4.5 is almost my max. I was okay with 5 earlier though, because that was really hard to get used to. Oh, 5.2! Oh, it's at the peak of it, dude! Oh, this is hard! That's so cool though! I have a feeling the lateral G's went crazy right here. I think you're trying to keep the lateral G's at 0. Oh, is that too much lateral G's? Pause, pause, pause. Oh my god. I mean, you can see the excitement as it rolls around there. Oh, that's cool. That really does bring the excitement. The fear goes way higher, though. Why is that? Dude. Maybe... Okay, I got a new plan. I'm gonna delete the roll for now. It will be back. Don't worry at all. The roll's not gonna be gone. It's forever. Then I'm gonna roll it out of that. Because it's going by pretty fast. Oh, wait, maybe I don't want that to S-bend. Maybe I want it to just level out. I think I want to like an air time. make it a normal roll over the top. Like, whoa. There we go, normal roll. Not too tall, not too short. Go through my normal smoothing, or not fully smoothing process yet, because I'm going to go ahead and grab there and there. Lift that to the sky. Now I'll go through and do my normal smoothing process. Okay. So I'm hoping what this does is it increases that roll over. Like, it makes it nicer. I don't know. I'm trying to make this cool. I don't know what I'm saying. I wanted it to be super twisty and turny, but over the main parts of the track, too. Oh, that's violent. Maybe I'll just... It has to be on the track somehow. Maybe I'll keep it low to the ground. Maybe I'll just keep it low to the ground. Maybe I'll just... keep it really low. Has a nice, I don't know, and it's not too, like, tall either. Okay, here it is, go around. I like that. That looked smooth, to a certain extent. Vertical G's. Oh! Not too bad. Exciting. You're fine. Wait. 75 miles. I know, it's so fast. Oh, it's so fast, but it makes it so exciting though. Like, it's so difficult to make an exciting, not too nauseating, not too scary coaster. It's so difficult. I ain't lying. I feel like scenery is what's going to carry this coaster above and beyond. I'm going to pause the game real quick. I'm going to turn on fixed sun and weather sun. Not clear. Okay, I just had to do that. So, I'm actually going to do something I don't do very too much. I'm going to go through, and I'm going to smooth the entire coaster with my smoothing technique. So, just the entire coaster, just because there's a few parts that are really need some smoothing. And there's a few parts that are kind of like everywhere. So I'm just going to go through and do the whole entire coaster in this smooth. Okay. And then I really more time. We're gonna go forward and backwards again once I make it back to the launch. And then we're gonna do the same thing, but we're gonna use 2-meter increments, or 2 track pieces. And then we'll do smoothing strength a lot higher. It'll smooth that out a little better. Now let's make sure that we're not going too far. Okay, and now we gotta go back forward again. Oops. And then we'll go forward and then we'll go backwards. So we gotta finish this and then we'll go backwards again. And we gotta do it again, but with 2 track pieces instead of 4. That'll smooth out a few of the bumps. The train car's coming. I don't know if I can beat it. So the track just got deleted. It's gonna look a little bit more intense around these parts than it did at other parts. Do this, and then I might do the 2-meter thing, but I think I'll just go forward on backwards instead of doing it over more than one time. And this should smooth the coaster out a lot better. Sorry for the camera angles. It's kind of hard to get good camera angles of smoothing. But I'm trying to make it fast and smooth. Okay, and then 2 meters with 10, then forward. So this might take a while too. A lot of clicking. I might do 1 run of this instead of doing 2. 2 runs would make it probably better, but I think I can only do like 1. Going. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how it goes over the main midway. Definitely tell it's smooth. Definitely not the smoothest over this. I don't really know how to fix that very well, other than just going a bunch of smoothing of it with the smooth all tool and max smooth strength. I mean, let's see how it looks from the people's perspective. Or not yet, because it's now going. If you're a person, that's must be pretty intimidating seeing it come by this fast. Oh, that looked decently smooth. Okay, let's see. For a good minute, I'm gonna watch it from this perspective, which is what people see. I don't watch it from this anymore, because you get to see smoothness better when you're looking at the overview. There's a few inversions like over here that I like, but they're not like I bank too early, I feel like. Like over here, that's too early to bank. So I think I'll bank like that. Then go into that. See that? And then this, I don't really know what this one is. Maybe I like roll out of it too fast. But the roll angle is different. Well, maybe I could just drag it. Boom. There we go. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what the person's... Oh no, dude. shoot. Because we're testing, I should probably keep the park closed. Because people might be flying off the tracks. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. This is gonna probably look pretty insane. Wow. That's fast. Oh, wow. And then right over top of us. I don't think that was not smooth. I don't know. Here, let's see. Let's see what forces we're feeling. That looks fine. Oh dear. Once you get to the bottom of that, you feel force. It's also not fully done yet, so you're gonna feel a lot more force at the bottom. Get out of this area that I'm in right now. I'm kind of in like a weird area. Maybe I can like go over, back over. I mean, this is where I want the queue to be, right over here. So maybe it just goes over the queue. Everything, and I'm gonna go look at the POV again, because I feel like over that roll you feel like too much force is on you, that it's like not comfortable and doesn't look right to me. Everywhere else that doesn't. That's confusing. Right there, you don't even know what direction like you're facing. Oh. No, bro. Okay, 6 Gs. So, my next idea to get rid of some of those G-force is decrease how far down it goes in that specific section. Pull up that. Those Gs will go away. Because you don't want those Gs. And if you don't want them, then just pick it up and move it out of the way, I feel like. That's kind of what I'm doing. Notice that right as it goes around over this midway area. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard of a G. Oh, that was cool! When it went over that was so cool. Vertical G's though. 4! You feel it, but it's not too bad. Excitement. Oh yeah, let's go. Fear. Oh dear. So this whole coaster is technically too scary. And not too bad in the nausea scale. It is decently high, but we're trying to keep it on the lower end. Now I feel like I need one, like more in the middle. Okay, so now I'm gonna start picking up the track a little bit. And now up, and then I'll stop it. Start rolling into it nice. See, this is the hard part. You gotta design the coaster. I think the roll over top of the track is cool. And to make the transition feel a little bit more fast-paced, I'm gonna make it to where it starts going down. It looks like it's gonna roll that way, but it rolls the other way, which is the direction it shouldn't be rolling. I feel like after exiting that turn, so it makes it feel like you're being whipped around faster. I like this. I like this a lot. Okay, so now I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna click smooth all a lot. And then I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna grab that. 4 pieces. And I'm gonna smooth forward. I mean, this feels so cool. I mean, I get it. This is cool. I don't know. The only only part I dislike is the very beginning after the launch. That after the launch, I feel like is really ugly. Is that just me? It just feels wrong. Like how you pull up and stuff. I like it, but it's not right to me. Maybe it's the bank. Up throughout this whole thing, I feel like I should decrease that banking. Then right up here, I feel like I should increase it. That's just me. I think that's actually pretty good. See how it. And then it rolls upside down. I like that a lot better than last time. I feel like it works better. It feels more like a... I like that. That's good. Okay. I didn't like that. I like all of that. That was cool. Okay. Now, vertical G's. Okay, now lateral G's. Now forward G's. It shouldn't be too bad. Speed. Oh wow. Excitement. Oh, okay, so it goes down. That's okay. Good. Fear. Fear should be going down as well as nausea. Maybe not. Never mind. It didn't go down at all. That is really twisty right here. Right here it twists. You roll out of a turn into another turn. It like feels so cool. I don't know. And then even while you're in the bumper view, you could see it from here. That does not look right. Right here specifically, as you roll out of it, that does not look good. It looks disgusting. That did fix it, I think. It does not look as disgusting. Okay, let's see. You get to see it rolling out of the station, too. You get to see them before they go, like, past the speed of sound. It's fast. It's not slow. You can see him going around over there. Over that airtime hill. Oh, and if you're a person, this must be really cool to see. Oops. This is cool, dude. This ain't no little coaster. This is big. You get to see it waddle out of there, and then it straightens out as it goes up a little hill and gets ready to go over top of your head. Goes right into another turn away from you. That is so cool. Now I'm gonna go into an S bend. But I'm gonna do 4 track pieces. That S bend. I think that was cool. That's gonna be really, like, wowzers. That's cool. That's so cool. Building coasters is awesome. Okay. So you can see you're gonna go fast around that turn. Should I make another airtime hill? It feels too tight of a turn. I like it when it's tight. Okay, and now we're gonna pull out of it. Now start up into another hill. Time it'll be a little bit bigger than last time, I think. I think this is bigger than last time. That's good. I like this. This is looking good. Okay, and now you get the good S-bend and that. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab that. I might have already smoothed that out with the smoothing technique, but yeah, forwards. And start smoothing. I know I haven't smoothed past this roll. Now this is a big coaster, because it has to be big. The launch takes it out really far, but when it starts coming back around the track, it's nice. That's cool. That looks nice. Just trying to make a coaster that's fun, fast, exciting. Now that we've done that, we'll go 2-meter increments. And forward. This is going to smooth it out a lot. Looking good. I don't know what I want the theming of. Okay. I mean, it's very low to the ground and fast, so I gotta come up with a name too. See it. Yeah, let's watch it again. This is real-time speed, so this is fast. So when do you get a break in this? Like, when do you get a... But you're going so fast through it, it doesn't feel like that long of a track, but it is. Up, and I'm gonna start. Roll it that way. This gives you a super quick and interesting transition. Because now we're going down, and you're gonna roll. I want it to go back to the path. I'm gonna have it roll out, and then I'm gonna have it roll back into the turn. Like that. Super nice. Then I'll have it slide so it comes by the track like really fast. And I'll have it go up. Yeah, I'll start breaking out of that track. Definitely gonna be an exciting coaster. I'll leave it at that. I mean, you'll make it out of this thing. One piece, I think. Boom, boom. See, I mean, look at that transition. I love that. You roll into it that way. You roll and you roll out the other way. So it feels like you've done 2 rolls, but you've only actually gone upside down once. You're feeling a lot in that. That's cool. It's not being highlighted very much here, but I wanted that to go up. Oh no, dude! Oh no! Oh no! Flinging people off the track. I'm just trying to make a smooth roller coaster. The issue is it's going over like a main pathway, so it's bound to hit somebody at some point. Planet Coaster doesn't really keep the train on the track after it's done. You also probably should be testing it while it's being built. If that's what the simulations are for. Maybe simulations probably the ride. That's what I would assume. How else do you know if the ride's good and exciting enough? I mean, it's still really nice and fast. I mean, just watch it roll out of that turn right there. Okay, now you can see it's coming around here a lot slower than last time. So that's given me the hint that it's time to start. These people. It's time to start heading back to the station. Because, I mean, it's slowing down. It's not speeding up. Now I'm going to go up, and I'm going to start banking. Banking. I'm about to down, so start banking harder. And then I'm going to start rolling out. Bank turn. Another thing to bring that excitement up. I'm gonna have a airtime right there. Cause I ain't trying to have no like airtime or any fun. I'm still trying to have this coaster be fun. So I can't just leave it without airtime hills. Now that airtime is going to be destroyed. Oops, why am I moving backwards? That airtime hill is going to be destroyed right after that, so that's why I'm going to bring it back. But now I'm going to go in with 4. I'm going to go forward, and you're going to go with just 5. I'm going to start smoothing forward. Good, and now backwards. Now go to 2, forwards and backwards. There you go, there you go. Okay. So now you'll see it come. This is my favorite part of the ride. That is so cool. Now the only question I'm asking myself, is this ride still exciting? Okay, so you see that little airtime hill that I tried to make there? It didn't bring as much as excitement as I wanted. So we're gonna increase the airtime. There you go. So now it's you're gonna feel a lot more airtime through there than you did previously. Get rid of that. So you'll see that, and then there you go. So you're gonna feel a lot more airtime there. So it should be more exciting, if anything. And it's very twisty and turny, as you can see. Whoa, that was a cool turn. I really like that too, when it rolls. More than I expected, and I like that really nice S. That's an awesome turn. That's gonna bring excitement. Yep, there it is. Look, straight green there. The fear is like gone in the end. So it's getting less fearful and less nauseous. But the speed is still picking up at that 60-mile-an-hour mark. Over here it's going 20 mile an hour faster, but this is still 60 mile an hour. Through a 58-mile-an-hour twist. That is so cool. Here we go. Let's go for a ride at its current condition. Okay, you line it on up. And then... Oosh. You're out of there. Decently fast, too. Roll on out. Now, there's a lot of big turns, too. And that, and this is the structure. Achievement untapped there. See why this is very non-leading. Kind of confusing what direction we're looking at here. That was so cool. That was a little bit of a sharp drop. I'll tell you that. But yes, it was a good effort to try to make a nice airtime hill. I'm gonna try to smooth out that airtime idea a little bit. Here, I'm just gonna add more track so I can make that airtime idea come back to life just a little bit smoother, I feel like. Yeah, like that. That looks smoother, right? One smoothing. I mean, that looks a lot smoother. Oh, just look how awesome this ride is gonna be when it's done. You see how you roll into it the other way, and then you roll out of it the same direction. You kind of like you turn the other way. So it's essentially like doing just a normal barrel roll, but you didn't do it. That's still airtime there. That cannot not be airtime. Yeah, that's airtime. Fear, excitement, vertical. I really think there's a lot of G's, but it's nice. Lateral G's. You don't feel too many lateral G's either. And yeah, the most you feel is right over here. You curve out of that into that almost instantly. Okay, here, let's watch this. Here, we'll let it get around some certain parts of the ride. Cinematics, I'm excited for. The wing camera angle is going to be so cool in this one too. You can see it go over the path. That's a cool camera angle. I like that. This is cool. Okay, so now I'm going to start working on the entrance. The brake section is going to have to be pretty long, considering I'm still going pretty fast. So that's where the brake section is going to end. That's where I'm going to make it end. And now I'm going to have it... I'm going to have one extra piece over here. Just one extra track piece. And then I'll get rid of the optional catwalk. So making this one. And then I'm going to have that curve up top. So it's going to be curving up into it. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I want the ending to look like. I want it to bank up and into the brakes. This ride is gonna be so fun. Another inversion because you can't have too many of those. And then start rolling that way. That's where I'm gonna have the curve. And I know the ending is in a different location, but then I'm gonna have it right before it's still going down. I still want it to go down, but I want that curve to continue in a different direction while going down. And that's where it's gonna start curving back. That's too tight to turn. I mean, it is pretty hard to make a nice turn in this part in the ride. That's too light of a turn. It's hard to make a turn. That's nice. Go 10. I got it all connected. Now I'm gonna go through and smooth everything out. Boom. Now it should be very smooth. Okay, now we're gonna go back in. We're gonna use my old-fashioned smoothing technique. Getting a little tired of building this coaster. So now I'll go through and start smoothing the rest of it out. This is gonna be an awesome coaster. It's not going very fast near the end, but that doesn't matter too much. I mean, it has this coaster's pretty wild. So I don't really care if it goes too fast near the end. I would enjoy if it went at decent speed. Some things I like to do after I finish building a ride too is mess around with the speed of it. So like a coaster like this is designed to only go about 100 miles per hour, but sometimes I like to make it see what would happen if it went 200 miles an hour, so I might do that too. See how fast it could go through some of these transitions. It'd be much more exciting if that happened. Okay, this should be the final finished coaster, so let's go ahead and finish, do the testing, and see what the excitement turns out to be. The excitement, the fear, the nausea, see what the ratings are. I'm hoping they're good, because that's what I'm looking for. Oh wow, that slows down fast. Ooh, it's not exciting enough. Here, let me see where the excitement dips a little bit. And maybe, because on some straighter paths, I could add some airtime, that's for sure. It's also not as fast as it was intended to be. So that could be another one. It's a little low in some places. That's why I added that airtime hill on that straight path. That's why I added that hill, but that hill didn't add the air or the excitement I was looking for. I added the excitement there, for sure. So as you can see, that little hill that I was trying to add there, that didn't bring the excitement I wanted it to bring. So what am I gonna do? Increase increase the height of the hill. Oh gosh. And smooth it out. See, now it's gonna hopefully be more exciting through that part. So, I'm just looking for excitement, kinda. I want it to be exciting. So far, this ride is exciting, but not exciting, like, not as much enjoyment as I expected. And the G-forces aren't uncomfortable. I'm actually really surprised. This turn didn't give you as much excitement as I would expect. That was airtime, that's for sure. There's another moment of airtime. Another roll. And this was supposed to be an airtime hill, but it didn't bring as much as I expected, so it's not going to be an airtime hill anymore. And maybe another thing that is slowing it down a little bit, I feel like, is the brake section. So it's a good brake section, don't get me wrong, but it brakes too early, too fast. Like, it brakes too early, so I'm going to change some of those brakes to just normal track pieces. So once it gets up there, it'll pick up some more speed, make it more exciting, even while you go into a brake section. And then you start braking near the end of the section. And it did good there. I'm going to add 2 more pieces. And now let's go ahead and ride the ride, because I'm pretty positive this will be the final result of the ride. Pretty positive. And kaboom. Away it goes. That was cool. I like that because it feels like you're upside down forever. But you're not up there forever. So that's a cool part. Same for right there. It feels like you're upside down forever. Just happened. Kind of over the main area, trying to get away from it while keeping enough room for key. That was a difficult part of the process. And that one felt like, I don't know what was happening during that turn. That's what that felt like. To another roll that you can tell what's happening. And over this little hill. Rolls back up into the brake section. Boom. There you go. That's the finish ride, I'm pretty sure. Excitement? Yes! There we go. There we go. Good nausea, good excitement, and good fear. So this is a perfect ride. And it is done. I really do like the smoothness. Yeah, I think it's really smooth. Some parts could be worked on a little bit, but I like it. Okay, so now we have the ride finished. Now we gotta add some stuff. So now we can also make it to where there's more points of view of the ride over here, so you can see the ride better over here. Or we can make that part of the ride like hidden. We can make it to where when you're watching the ride, here, we'll just put a person like here or something. You could see it coming from over there, but you don't see it fully until it's like over here. 180 miles an hour. And then I'm gonna pause it so I could actually run over there in time. So you could see it go over the hill, right over top your head. That's cool. I like that. That's a cool element. And it rolls away. And it's still able to be seen. It's just not as easy to be seen. Now, I think it's really cool how it starts coming away over here. You can see the track really well over here. And then it rolls away again. Up into a hill. So I really do like the elements of this coaster. I think it's really cool. But now it's time we add theming, and we add more coloring to the coaster. So this coaster, I want it to be themed to where there's a good amount of trees and shrubbery. So I'm going to go through and start adding some texture to the ground, and start adding some trees and such. So I'm going to add some texture over here. I don't think there's any texture needed over there. but just adding some here and there to make it feel more realistic, because without texture it's not really like as realistic as it would be. So we're going in, adding texture to make it feel nicer in this area of the coaster track. Now this is actually the queue over here, so I think I do gotta add some of the queue before I start adding too much scenery. I think I'm gonna start working on the station. So for the station, I want it to be a canopy station, because I don't think it needs too much. And for the canopy, that could be. For the canopy, I was thinking of using one of these pillars. That could have worked as well. Oh, I don't think we'll want a structural piece. Add the scenery group. Throw it in the corner over there. And I'm pretty sure that's good. So now we're gonna add a few more of those. We'll have one in this corner. That's a good height, in my opinion. I think I'll add one in the middle too. Now for the exit and the entrance, here's gonna be a different part. I want the exit to start branching off this way, come over here, but I want the entrance to be over by the end of the ride and right over here. So you get a good view of what happens after you get there. You're kind of in the middle of it. I think that's cool. So those are some ideas where the entrance and exit. Now go ahead and add more pillars. Add more pillars, like right there. And is this ride gonna be, you have to pay to ride? And I think I will make it pay to ride. I might make it free in the beginning. Another thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just mess around with it for fun. I'm gonna go ahead and see what would happen if I made this whole entire launch go the fastest speed it can go. So right now it's at 100. That might be hard to get it back to perfectly. It wasn't too difficult. Okay, I'm gonna crank that all the way up and see what ride looks like at almost 200 miles an hour. And that's crazy stupid fast. So this is the fastest the train could go on this track, hypothetically. And holy cow, it's not going slow. That is insane. Oh, that was way too violent. I mean, it's definitely cool in some parts of it, but definitely a little crazy in some areas. And there's that, if I did that, but no, we're not going 200 miles an hour through this thing. Because actually, I think it's actually more exciting going 100 miles an hour. So it's like 6 on the dot for excitement for the almost 200 mile an hour one. This one has good fear, good nausea as well. So that's an exciting part of it. It's not going too fast. That's a good part. It's about the same excitement, but wow, it is way faster. Now what I like to do is I like to add lighting at night to showcase the ride. And one thing I always do after finishing a ride is I always change the supports up a little bit. So the custom supports could be a cool thing. And everybody loves custom supports. But I don't feel like doing custom supports because I'm lazy. Now I would do them, but I don't feel like doing them right now. So what I do, instead of doing custom supports, is since they are 4-meter long pieces, I will go through every other piece and I'll delete the track supports. so that there's supports on some pieces but not on all pieces, because there's a lot of supports on this ride. I mean, just go ahead and look at that first turn. There's a lot of supports, and you're going to get rid of almost half the supports on this ride. Now, in some areas, the supports will stay there, but in most cases, will be gone. Through here, these supports can all stay, because you can't really see them very well. Exiting here, these can stay, that can stay. Under the launch can also stay. But after the launch, look at the amount of supports. It's a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of some. Every other one. And I think it adds good elements to that of the support. Because now you can see the turn does look like it needs support, but it doesn't look like it needs the much support I have right now. Because currently there's one thing holding up each track piece. And that one already has supports missing, so we'll just skip over those. And supports over here aren't the most efficient for them being upside down, but they work. So I'm okay with them. You can see now, look at that. That's a lot cleaner looking than when you had a billion supports holding it up. So I like that a lot better than having as many supports as I usually have. It makes it look just cleaner in general. Makes the ride feel more realistic, kinda. I don't think this ride is realistic by any means, but it makes it feel more realistic when you get rid of some of these track supports. So because I'm editing it, I'm gonna have to test it again, I think. But nothing on the stats should change. Maybe the fear might go down a little bit because the track supports are gone, so you don't have a fear of hitting your head on one of the supports. Maybe that will happen, maybe it won't. I don't know. Some of these supports can stay, but I'm gonna get rid of some. I mean, you could already tell it looks a lot cleaner without all those supports, and there's a lot of track pieces. So I'm going through almost every track piece on this ride, and I'm getting rid of supports. And I only do this for realism, and it's a lot shorter and more efficient way, I feel like, than building track supports, custom supports. But custom supports, once you build those, I mean, they look really good. But I don't feel like building custom supports, so I'm getting rid of one. I'm actually working on a Giga Coaster, and I was actually planning on building custom supports, because the current supports that I have for them look awful, but I don't know if I'm going to do it anymore, because I did add lighting to the ride. It will change how the lighting looks if I get rid of them. Like you can see that turn, that's a lot of supports, and I don't feel like you need that many supports for a turn like that. So I'm going ahead and getting rid of a few. That could stay. That could go. That could go. That could stay, but this has to go. And you're just getting rid of more supports, because you don't need all of the supports. And now it looks a lot cleaner through that inversion, and you can actually see what's happening on the coaster a lot better, because you don't got to stare through a bunch of supports. This is another part where I feel like it's going to be a little difficult to work around the supports thing. Because there's a support there, and then there's like none over here, so it looks a little insane. But then the supports over here feel like they are needed, but they're probably not needed as much. I don't know, it's kind of hard to decide if it looks right to get rid of some of these supports. I mean, this is definitely going to look correct for this turn. I mean, you could already tell it's going to be a lot cleaner, and you'll have more room to add like an entryway to the ride, I feel like. Continue building. I play this game a good amount of time. So I do understand a little bit of what I'm doing, but I still need a little bit work on some things. I feel like I shouldn't get rid of that piece, but I'm gonna get rid of it. Yeah, I feel like I should get rid of that. Yeah, that was good. That was a good call. And keep getting rid of more. I'm not even all the way through the ride, and I'm getting super tired of just deleting pieces. But I mean, look how clean the ride looks now in the pieces I did delete the track. It looks really clean. Looks super nice. But when you had all of them, it was definitely not super nice. So you get rid of some pieces, the ride will look a little bit more realistic. So if you keep all the pieces, they'll look a little bit insane. And I'm working on figuring out how to do hard landing, smoothing the coaster better. And I'm also working on making coasters more compact. Because if this was an actual theme park and you had this coaster's taking up the whole. Where's the front of the train? I don't know. But it's taking up, like, if you're building an actual Planet Coaster theme park, it's gonna take up almost all the room in the theme park. Just for this coaster alone. And that's because, I mean, look at the size of it. It is huge! Which is why I'm working on making more compact ideas of a coaster. I could show you some of those. The names are a little off. I've also been working on building coasters from the park called Cedar Point. It's a pretty cool one. Working on recreating coasters from there. So I have Millennium Force, I think, that I'm still working on. And then I'm building coasters probably from Disney as well. That could go. Yeah, sure, that could go. And then that could go as well. It's kind of hard deciding what to keep and what to go. Well, I think I made a good choice there. But yeah, I've been working on building stuff in this game. But I like to try to make coasters of my own that work well and have good ratings. And a few ways I've learned how to get those ratings to go up, especially for excitement, because I feel like that's pretty difficult to get up to max, is by increasing how fast it rolls out of the station. Because I had a 4 on the excitement chart rolling out of the station, which is pretty high considering rolling out of the station. Usually you only get around like a 1 or a 2. So getting that high is actually pretty good for me. I feel like that could stay, and that could also stay. But yeah, it was pretty exciting that that happened. The front of the train car's gone because it made it through the track without it. And then one thing I also like to try is see how small I can make the train car, so that I know, like, how it rolls, like, through the track. I don't know. I could see I can change the size of the train car and then maybe get more trains on the track. So then I can operate with more trains, so then it moves faster the line. Because the ride's duration is a good duration. Yeah, getting rid of some could be good. I just really low to the ground this whole time. That's another thing I've been working on, trying to make it a little bit farther away from the ground on some rides, because there's some rides that aren't super twisty and turny and all that, and then there's some that are. So this is one that I was trying to make it more like quick pace and lots of good turns and stuff, but there's some I don't do that. Okay, so now I get rid of the track supports on the brake run. And boom, there you go, now we're done with all the supporting. And now you can see the ride looks a lot better and cleaner because you don't got as many supports holding up parts of the ride. I mean, you still got a good amount, but you don't have as much. So now the ride, it needs to be tested again, which I don't think there needs to be a different, like, testing again, but maybe. But I'm going to look at the speed chart for this so you can see how fast it's actually going this whole time. So after the launch of 100 miles an hour, around that first loop or twist, you're going about 90 miles an hour, 93. And then, like I was saying, you're going about 80 around here, but when you go through that little roll there, you go for 77, and right around here, you're going about 80. Over the main section, you're going 76. Around the queue, you're going around 76 again. Just twist and turn. Airtime hill. And then through my favorite turn, you're only going about 55, 50, yeah, 60 almost. And then through here, the second round going through, you're only going about 60. Through the last final turn, you're only going 50 miles an hour. Through the last airtime hill, you're only going about 41, and then as you go up into the brake section, you're only going 35. So there's a lot of speeds happening. It's going fast, almost this whole time. But yeah, I think it worked. So now, as I was doing before I left to go finish that, I'm gonna go back to making the station. Now this station, I believe, is 3 blocks wide. So, to me, I could use pitched roof, med, no, I don't know, I'm not good at spelling at all. M-E-T-A, that's how you spell it. I'm gonna go with a roof that has a roof like that. That could be cool. Huh. I think that fits well. So we'll add this roof there, and we'll have that little thing poking out the corner. Actually, wait, I want to change the color of this. So I'm gonna click on the main, that thing. I'm gonna click on that, and I'm gonna click that, and that's what I want. So that I want to make it. What is changing? Oh, it's only the things below. So you can't change the color of the actual roof. That's fine then. I'm gonna add these in the corners. And then through with the main this. Since it's 3 wide, I'll put the flat on top. I could do that maybe. That's kind of stupid. Actually, it's not too bad. I like it. It lets sun in. Yeah, I think that's good. I don't really care too much about the station. It's like... I am going now to try to make... This is my least favorite part, building the cube. So, for me, since when I put the station up higher in the sky, I like to cover up with the supports of the actual path and make customized things around it so that it actually looks like a nicer version. And that's what I do. The issue is it takes a bit of time. So I can do it, but it's going to take a little bit. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it, but it's going to take some time, like I was saying. And then I feel like I should add some paint. One thing I was going to add is some compact around areas where it's getting closer to the ground. Because I noticed posters in real life, they do that. So just in some areas, there's going to be some compact dirt. Like over here. And by the launch area. Most of the launch, I feel like. And it adds realism, I feel like. Maybe not, I don't know. I like it when you add some, and then you want to add some even when there's nothing there. You want to add some to make it feel more, you know, spread out and actually realistic. That there's dirt in many of the places. So, dirt over here. Compact dirt over there. And some compact dirt over here. This is just throughout the whole ride. This compact dirt. And I feel like that's good. These little splotches over here, they gotta go though, because they don't look realistic. There you go. And you got the compact dirt idea, and now there's gonna be trees throughout the path, but it's not gonna be too much trees. And I was gonna add some fencing as well around some of the parts of the ride. So I was gonna add some fence up here, because it is going pretty fast through there, so you want to be careful about where the people are stepping. So I'll go over here, click on this, go to the fence. I was planning on doing like a chain link fence, kind of like this. Not too tall, but I mean, it works. And I want it to be at a point where when it goes down below, like where this could be below the track. So I'm gonna call it, and now I'm gonna start making a chain link fence. And I'm gonna make it 5, and then I'm gonna copy it and then put it inside of a, whatever you call it. Inside of a group together. So now I can copy that, and I can place more 5 sections of chain link fence. So now I can copy that, and now I can place more fences. And yet again, just trying to make sure that it's far enough, like, to where people don't step on it. I don't want people to be being hit by a ride, or trying to jump onto the ride specifically. Because you wouldn't want people trying to jump onto the roller coaster while it's moving, while it's running, because that's very dangerous. So once it starts going back up, we're gonna get rid of the fence again. I do that for some more realism's sake. And that's just to show that this theme park cares about what's happening to their guests during the rides. They don't want them just being hit by a roller coaster. Being hit by a roller coaster is no fun. Then it starts rolling into another turn. But this is when it's going to start going under like that. There you go. And then it's back like that. There you go. And it's going to be the same over here where I'm going to add it throughout most of this. But it's not super tall, but it's almost, it's about the height of a human. So, get over it, you gotta climb. Now I'm gonna go over here, grab that, and then go to the other side. Fence. I'm gonna keep building it. Even though that nobody can stand on that side, I'm gonna build it, because, you know, you gotta protect people on all sides of the fence. I lifted it off the ground too much, so go back to that. And back to supporting. And just making the ride more realistic overall. I lifted it out of the ground again. I gotta keep it on the same height. The whole fence is gotta be the same height all around. I keep lifting it off the ground. Because it's not easy to get it lined up without lifting it off the ground. Is that good? Yeah, that's pretty good. Now you want the track supports to be within the fence as well. But yeah, we're just supporting and making this area look a lot nicer and more realistic by adding fencing around the parts of it. You'll see the coaster come on by. And you gotta make sure that the coaster is not hitting any parts of the fence while you're going through it either. That's pretty good, yeah. You're not close to the fence. And you can still see the people really clearly if you're standing right here. You're right by them, but you gotta keep the safety in there. And then, yeah, right as it starts going above the fence, that's when we're allowed to let it just keep on going. Because, like I'm saying, it does go up and above the fence. It goes up and above the fence, and it goes up and above the track. And specifically above the track, it's okay for it to be there. I mean, as you can see right here, it's okay for it to be above the track. So that's definitely a good thing. Definitely a pretty good thing for it to be above the track without fences. Only add fences when you feel like it. Because they don't have to be in the parts super far away, like these airtime hills. They could be up close, up here. Well, anyways, I gotta get back to playing the game. I'm a little tired of building this roller coaster. It's taking some time, but it is turning out very well, in my opinion. So, get back to building fences. And yeah, that's the building process without custom supports, which I don't think there needs too much supports. I would only add them when these things are here, because those don't feel like they need to be there. But over here, I could add fences, but I don't feel like they're needed because you're not as close to the track. But over here is for sure. I'm going to add fences. Over here is going to be a fence area. Right after you get down from here, it's when there's going to be fences. Those fences are going to go all the way up to here. And there'll be fences around this whole area circling that as well, just to make sure. So I'm kind of just fencing off the areas where people would want to jump onto the track, which I don't know why you would want to do that. But I'm just fencing off the areas that I feel like you need it the most. so they know not to stick their hand in there or anything. So the safety's a big thing at my theme park over here. And you can see it looks super safe coming down here. It's a safe coaster, guaranteed. Only ride it if you're an adult though, because you're gonna feel some G-forces. I do wonder what the ratings would be. And now I'm gonna go ahead and just grab a normal fence. And I'm gonna start placing these down to connect fences. And then boom, there you go. Now you get the fences all connected up, and now it's safe. So the coaster can go right through all those fences and come back down. So to get a good view of that, go ahead and speed through this. This might be, ooh, the wing view could be a really cool view of this coaster. I think that would be a cool view. Okay, let's watch it. Let's watch the wing view. And you get to see how much the wing moves. Or the front of the nose of the train. That's where you watch from the bumper view. Oops. Oops. Okay. Wing. Here we go. Boosh. Oh, that's actually pretty smooth. I mean, it's definitely pretty. It's gonna be awesome going through this area. That's cool. I like the wing view. It's definitely right there. Pretty hard to understand what's just happening. In certain areas, it's not super what's happening. Whoa, I love that turn right there with it. The wing view is pretty cool going through here too, because you can just see that everybody in there. Roll for that roll. Even farther over this hill. I mean, the wing view doesn't really demonstrate how fast it's going to be for you. You can also watch from the people's point of view. I like watching it from here too, so you can see what they would see. Definitely a little bit more janky from this view, but you're also feeling more forces on this view compared to the bumper view, where you're just watching what the bumper would see. Or what's actually happening on the track is what you're seeing in the bumper view. You get to wait, and then it's like whoosh. Roll out of that. Then turn. Another turn. Another turn into another roll. That was pretty cool. And there, it's a little bit easier to understand what just happened when you're watching from the people's point of view. You can see a little bit more. And the part where everybody's not so scared anymore of the ride, probably around this part, because it's not as fast, and you only got one more inversion, 2 more inversions left. But yeah, there you go. I think it turned out actually pretty well. Now there's more to do. It's not the end yet. It's a good example of heart lining. Same for right over here. This is a good example where it wraps around the track instead of wrapping around. This is a prime example. It wraps around the track instead of wrapping around you, or wrapping around itself. Or no, it wraps around you instead of the track. Sorry. That's what heartlining is. Cool. Okay. Now we're gonna get back and do some more fencing. So the next pair of fence is where I'm gonna go with the track itself, where the track leads. So I'm gonna go over here. I feel like the thickness is also good here. A little too wide probably, but I don't really care too bad. Then yeah, this is a good view. I like that. Okay. And now get those fences moving. There, getting them looking correct. And then around the queue, I think I gotta start making the queue before I can finish making these fences, because I need to know where these fences are able to and not able to go. Because it goes back off the ground over here, So that could make the entrance like right over here somewhere, where you enter through this, and then you go zigzag back and forth for a little bit, and then you go up a hill right here into the station, and then exit would be right here, where you go down a hill, you get to walk by the track really close up, and then you branch off over here, and you exit right there. There is only one roll that actually goes over the main area, although it feels like there should be more, because it does look like it would go over more than once, but I like how it wraps around the area. But how about, yeah, I'll finish the fencing for over here. Just feel like it needs to be done, and then we can start working on more. I'm gonna do all the fencing I feel like I should right now, where you add all the fences, but then I'll do more later on in the rides that you do. You get to see this. Now I'm gonna grab yet again a normal fence, and I'll start working my way over there with this. And it's not gonna fit, but I'm just gonna make it look like it fits all the way. There you go. So there's even more fences set up there. Where it goes down, whoosh, and then it goes up. And where it goes up is the awesome point. And then when it goes down here, this is where I'm gonna make this whole section just one big fence area. Because this area doesn't look like it needs any fences or anything, but because I said I was gonna make the exit over here and you're gonna walk by, you could need people to have a fence there. There's a lot of points technically you could add a fence, because, I mean, if you really wanted to get on the ride or look at the ride, you can just jump over this and you can come over here and look at it, or walk all the way back there. But actually, this is giving me a good question. How long is this ride? I haven't looked at the stats fully. It's only about a minute long, so it's not too long. The duration isn't that long. 100 mile an hour, that's cool. That's a long track. That is a long track. Biggest drop is not that big. 4.9 meters. That's not very big. Max vertical G's, 5.5. Higher than I would like. Not too bad though. Considering all you see on the charts is not 5.5. Heat maps. We could go look at this chart. It's so cool. This ride is awesome. One thing that is fun to look at is the excitement throughout the ride. You get excited and pumped up. Here's the vertical G's, if you're wondering. I've shown this a lot, but it's so cool. I don't know, I admire it. So 1G, 1.02 Gs. Then 10 Gs is the max this chart goes up to. Or it could go higher than that, but this chart only shows 10. But there you go. Around that, it only hits about 4 Gs. Then through this turn, it's about the same thing. About 4 Gs. And then as you go over the main area, it hits a little bit more Gs. Where right after that little hill, the most Gs is coming up right around there. I feel like the most Gs you would feel on this, oh, there's some negative Gs. There is a good amount of negative Gs. I really do like that I added a good amount. 4.4. It's not too much Gs. The most is probably going to be, I know where it is, to be exact. The most Gs is probably right there, because that's where the deep purple is. And that would be 5.5 Gs for a split second. So it's actually not too bad. Okay, well let's get back to the fences. I could add a fence all along this. That's a good amount of work, and I don't feel like that. I don't feel like doing that today. Or actually, you know what could be cool? You add a fence every time it goes down near the ground. That could be cool. But it's on the ground most of the ride, so it's like that'd be a lot of fencing. So I feel like only doing it where the people are. And mainly the people are over in this area. because that's all I have to park. I was actually planning on adding some sort of food or something over here, but I don't think I'm gonna add that anymore. I'm just gonna add chairs and stuff. Viewing area. This is where I'm gonna add some more of the fences, and then I'm gonna work on the fences in one more area. And then I think I'm done. And then, yeah, that's pretty cool. This is so cool. The best feeling in playing a coaster is once you finish a ride and you feel like it's so, like, you get to ride it and stuff. I'll show you my Giga coaster if I want to. Keep turning around. Look at this. Right in the beginning, you get a taste of how fast it's gonna be. You get 20 miles an hour out of the gate, and that's pretty fast, considering most coasters probably leave at around 15 in Planet Coaster. Hit almost 30. That's just a little bit of speed, considering after that you get into a launch that launches to 100. And, I mean, looking at it compared to some other coasters, 100 mile an hour is not that fast. It's fast, but, I mean, compared to some other coasters, it's actually not too bad. Formula Rosa is 150. I mean, imagine going that fast with this thing. That's a lot faster. That's 50 mile an hour faster. I mean, you'd be zooming. Definitely fast. I mean, considering this is still almost 40 miles an hour, that's pretty, it looks pretty slow. But, I mean, depending on the track, what it looks like. Because you can make something look faster by just simply adding quicker and tighter turns. And it makes it feel a lot faster than it is. But this one, the goal is to actually make it fast. Look at that thing flying. That's what's done. My favorite part is watching the cinematic of the ride. Can't wait to actually get people on this coaster. It'll be so cool. And then I think I was gonna add some fencing over here as well. Just because the ride is still. I'm gonna add stuff over here. Here it comes. I mean, it's cool without fencing, but I feel like fencing makes it feel more realistic. And now let's go back to where all this fencing is gonna go. So this fencing is gonna start right over here. Why is it all the way back here? That's because this is where it comes down low to the ground. And then it goes, when I'm going to bring it back up, even though that there's technically fencing that could be taken away right over here, it's going to come back up once it goes back up and away from this part of the ride. Look at that. I mean, look how fast it's going through certain segments of the ride. Yeah, I have a few more coasters that could be cool. I'll showcase some of those, make this like a showcase video. I could show you the Giga coaster attempts, and I could show you the Exa coaster attempts. Showcase you know what Exa coaster is. I think it's over 600 feet tall. I think I'm pretty sure it's any coaster that's over 600 feet tall. And that's tall. So I have a little coaster for that. Where the drop is actually like 100 and it's faster than like the fastest coaster in the world. It's fast and it's actually really well designed from me. The layout is exciting. stuff. So it's not like there's any issue with the ride itself. It's just too big, I think. Because in the game, like Planet Coaster, they make different like things that the people like. So some people have different limitations based on how fast the ride can be or how tall it can be. Or how much G-force they can endure. They make limitations on that for certain guests. The Exocoaster kind of disobeys all their limitations. Like, it just says no. Because mainly the height can only go up to, I think, like 300 maybe, or maybe, probably like 400 or 500. But for an Exocoaster, it's like 600 feet. So those people don't got that 600-foot endurance of height. So it's just out of their boundary of how high they can ride a roller coaster. So they don't really want to ride it. I feel like that's how that works. And I'm hoping this one they want to ride, because it's not out of their boundary, I wouldn't think. I mean, maybe for speed it'll be out of their boundary for some people. But I think it'll be fine for most. 100 miles an hour isn't too bad. Maybe G-force could also put them away from it, but everything else I think would be fine. Okay, keep this coaster going. I got this fence still going. After this, I gotta build a queue. I don't think I'm gonna build a sign in the name for the coaster, but, I definitely will build a queue for it, as well as, some trees and such, because this doesn't look the greatest without trees, and you kind of need trees to make it look nice. So we're gonna add trees and such. Look at that launch, it's so fast. This is a great coaster. It's so fast. And I'm bringing it over here because the coaster track is getting like, it's almost completely sideways here. It actually goes up there. In case you didn't know that. So there is an inversion right over here. I didn't know this coaster could go inverted, so that's why I was really happy once I figured out it could, because it's actually really nice once you get the inverted parts of it. Now we're gonna go ahead and add some more fencing, but around the front of all that path. This is cool. I don't think it was needed that had to be that far banked, but I actually really do like how it turned out. Add that fence all the way around the coaster. I built more. Planet Coaster 1 is where I had a lot of my really nice custom supported, custom everything coasters. That's where I actually had a really nice coaster. I think I called it like Forest Runner or something. I don't know, my names aren't creative at all. But it was super cool. It was all custom supported. It was decently smooth. I didn't use any pre-built parts of it, meaning like I didn't use any custom like barrel rolls that the game's already had designed for you. But it was really nice. I loved it. It had a launch, like a 30-mile-an-hour launch up a hill. That was a cool part of it. Went up and then down. It was kind of like Maverick at Cedar Point, kind of like that. Where it went up a hill, kind of like that, and then launched down, kind of. It's cool. It was twists, turns. It was awesome. So if there's a way to rebuild that kind of in this game, which there probably is a way I could do that, but it would take a good amount of time. If there was a way to rebuild it, I think I definitely would, because it's super fun ride. I would love if they did it in this game. And then I built an inverted coaster in the first game. I built a lot of coasters in the first game. A hanging coaster, that was a cool one. coaster was actually pretty fun to custom support. I love the custom support. That was really fun. That was so fun. Custom support. Custom supporting fun, but I'm too tired to custom support right now. Oh no, it doesn't work perfectly, but I say it works. Okay, there you go. So it's in these fences for a good minute. Okay, there you go. All the fences should be done. Now it is time to build the queue. And then we gotta color it. Because these colors are not my idea here. So I think one color that I like is a brighter blue. Here's the track. Maybe I can go for like a blue like that, but I feel like it's too bright and that's kind of like awkward. So I kind of want like a normal blue, not a medium blue, like a nice blue. I don't know. This could work. This could work. I could work with this. It's like a Millennium Force color blue. Here, I'll go manual. Like a bright, nice blue here. Could be cool. That's cool. I think it's too bright now. I think it needs to be a little darker. Oh, that's cool. I feel like the track supports already match with it pretty well. Now we're gonna change the train color. Now when coloring the train car, oh, I forgot to change that. When coloring the train car, there's a few things I like to do. I gotta figure out which ones are which. So that's the very front of the car. I can make it brighter, or I can make it a little bit darker. And I'm gonna go with a darker version of the one we currently have. Because I like it to be a little darker, but still blue. So there's that. I do like the white stripe on it. That's pretty cool. And that rest of it. Now, I gotta figure out what this is. So I'm gonna make it like a bright color, like yellow. Oh, that's the seats. So the seats I can also make the same color, or I can make them a little bit different. I can make them lighter, or I can make them the same color as the track. Now, lighter is cool. Lighter seats. It's a lot easier to notice, I feel like. I am actually gonna go into manual, and I'm gonna make this darker. It looks starting to, like, just black. So that's what I'm gonna do there, and then I might do the same thing there. And for the white, I like it, but I'm gonna make it a little bit darker than just white. Boom. So I made the train car darker than the actual track. You can make it brighter than the track as well in the supports to make it more noticeable. So there's that. There's the train car. That's what I got with it right now. I could make it a different color if I wanted to. But here's what I'm looking at for the train car. And yeah, you'll notice the brakes actually start right over here. I love it. It's so good. It rolls over, the smoothness, the track looks nice. It could also be a good red coaster. Instead of being blue, it could be red. That could be cool. Over the pathway, it being red. And that's one thing it's kind of hard for me, choosing what color I want the track to be. There's a few main colors you can use, like red, white, black, blue, I feel like are the main colors you would use for a train. Or orange and yellow could also work. Or not, maybe just orange I feel like could also work pretty well. Green is also a good color, as well as purple. There's good colors you can use for that. I like the colors. Okay. And as we were going, let's get back to what I was doing. So now I'm going to place an entrance over here. Place an exit over there. Now I'm going to make the connecting path for the entrance. For this, I'm going to go with this because that's what I used earlier. And I'm going to go with the curve to start. And I'm going to pull it out enough to where it's not telling me something's wrong. Oh wait, it's because it's going down. I don't want it to go down yet. I want it to stay up. And then go around the curve. And then, oops. One way I'm good at getting it to actually work right is I go down until it's almost like flat perfectly. And then I go out until it's perfect, on the very border of it. And then now I go up to what we were at. And then I delete, and then I go back into the pathing tool. I continue building the cube. I'm gonna curve it over here, and this is when I'm gonna start going straight. Now going straight is kind of hard, I guess, to make it. So what I found to do it, to go zigzag back and forth, you go up there, you turn, but you don't fully do a 360. You do that, and then you do go back. That's kind of what I've learned to do that. But anyways, it looks nice. It's working, turning out well, this coaster. Designing the queue, like getting it to look right and all that, could be a little bit of work too, but shouldn't be too bad. The worst part is going to be covering up the stairs. Then I'm going to go like that. Then I'll go into a curve. So now I'll start curving back. What if I curve that way? Oh wait, no, what's happening, dude? Okay, maybe I'll just go with a normal path up to it. So just a normal path, not too wide either. I'm gonna go to the tree. Try to push. That's uphill, right? Yeah. If I can zoom out a little bit, I can push that now. I don't know what's happening. I'm just gonna use something. I need to find something. This is so difficult. I could go with the circle over here. Whoa, what? Wait, I got a new plan. We'll just do something different with the cube. We'll go around this way. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, that's good. So there's the queue. It's not very long, but the worst part is going to be, see how that's just a path there, it goes down. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't look good in my eyes. So another thing I'm going to do is I got to get this path to go down as well. So the same trick I did with the curve, where you use a curve path to get in there, and then straight path down the hill. I usually end up going until, yeah, I can't do it. Boom. Now here's my issue. It curved downward. It keeps curving. When I curve, it keeps going down a notch, and I don't want it to go down a notch. There you go. That should be good. And if it's not, I can fix it. Okay. Okay, now go there, and then boom. That's good. Now I go to curve, and then I'm gonna go forward, and I'm kind of gonna wrap it around the path, and then I'm gonna wrap it back. So now you get to get a nice, good, close-up view of the train at the start as well. And then here's the worst part. I'm going to add builds over here to make and cover up this. And it's gonna take a while. But before I do that, I'm also gonna go to the fences tab. And I'm going to add fences around this scenery. Because right now, there's no fences around it, so it's unsafe. So I'm gonna add fences over here so you can't fall off. Now, no fences are technically needed on the other side, but, you know, I'm gonna add them, because why not? I go above and beyond for a lot of my builds. I don't feel like this is above and beyond, though. This isn't too far. I don't think it's enough. I didn't even custom support it. This coaster is going to turn out well. I will come up with a name eventually. This coaster looks like it's going to turn out very well. This is looking right. See, now it's safe. Now it's like you can't just walk off the edge of it. That didn't go far enough, so I'm just going to screw it up a little bit. It'll look like that near the end. It's fine. Yeah, see now you can't just walk off of it. I think like that's just enough. Make it so you can't walk off. Now one thing I also like to do during that is I like to grab another one. And I like to rotate it. I probably should have just pressed Z. But I like to rotate it like that. And then even though there's a fence over here, it's literally a black fence. So I usually like to go over here and do at least 2 or 3 more fences. Just to cover up some more room. You could do it on the other side too, where you don't step and walk, but I usually do it like that. See, now you got a coaster that looks nice with a good looking station. I like to make everything look nice. So here's the station, here's the coaster, here's everything. Technically I can open it, but I still got some decorating to do. I need to add trees, rocks. Gotta make the station look a little nicer, as well as the queue. I gotta add lighting for at night, and then I'm done. That's how I design a coaster. I add the whole package. And the whole package consists of everything I just listed. So, we're gonna continue doing one of those things I listed. Which was creating more stairs. So, now what I'm gonna do, come over here. I'm going to use this wall. Now I don't have to add it to the scenery group, so I'm not going to. Bring it down to a certain level. And now what I want to do is I want to try to get this to line up right, so I can make this wall curve. Now at this point, I'm going to turn off angle snap. There's some precise angles that you need to get. Because I don't want any of that concrete showing. That's the difficult part. You mess up, you gotta redo. So like I tilted it the wrong way. I don't really know how to go back on that. That's cool. I don't really care too much about the edges being too rough. Okay, I think that's fine. And then nobody cares on this side. We'll go ahead and just because we'll be a little bit kind, I will add one walls like that. And now you go ahead and click on all these walls and you duplicate them but down so they hit the ground. So there you go. Now you got this, which looks like a good support system for this. And then if I did this correctly, I've made it to where I can scroll down to the aquatic wall. I can find this angle specifically. This angle should be able to perfectly represent the angle in which this staircase goes upward. Meaning, now I can just start building a normal path. And even if I feel like a wall, I can add another stair on top. And there you go. So you see, now it looks nice. And now I go up again, I add a staircase, but see how that's too tall? You understand that that's too tall. I'm going to delete that. But this, I don't really know how to edit it perfectly, so I'm going to get rid of it from that group. Push back, and then push down. showing anymore, and now that's going to be its own group. And you're going to start using the actual aquatic walls to go down, like that. So now what I should be able to do, grab this, and pull it over to this side, make that wall, and do the same thing for this wall over here. Grab this, pull it over to this, make it that wall as well. There you go. There's the finished product of the stairs. Now, that didn't take too long, but it's really annoying when you have to keep doing it over and over again. And I have to do it pretty often. So, there's that, and now we gotta do it on the other side. See, that's the worst part. You always have to do it again. It's not just a single time thing, you gotta do it more than one time. The best part is, once you make one, you could just copy and paste this angle, assuming you did it right, to the other side. Look at that. Imagine standing right here, waiting for your train, and you just see that flying by. I mean, you get a pretty good view from over here, too, of the whole coaster. The layout, it's just fast, kinda. I feel like it's not that terrifying, it's just really fast. I mean, you're over here waiting for this one, you get to see that thing flying up around. The best part is when you get to hear the screams of the people riding it. I don't know why that's funny, but it is. Okay. I'm gonna add fences over here. I feel like they need it. Because you see, I mean, it's still part of the coaster, so there's a fence that needs to go there, I feel like. And then I'll put back on, snap this, and I'll turn it back off once I go over there to do more of the stairs. That's my least favorite part of the stairs, but once I get everything else done, I messed it up. I don't think it's too big of a deal, just line it up. But yeah, I gotta do more of the stairs, but once I'm done with those, I feel like all the hard part is done. Now you get the easy part. The easy part is kind of just building scenery around the ride, like trees and bushes and stuff. And that's not difficult. Because they recently added a scenery brush into the new game. Which is the one I'm playing. With that scenery brush, they essentially just allow you to paint trees and stuff down onto the ground. So it's really useful if you're trying to make a really forest type build. Whereas in Planet Coaster 1, I built the forest build, and that took forever because they didn't have a scenery brush. Scenery brush was never a thing. So if you see old Planet Coaster 1 build that you think, wow, that's a lot of scenery. I mean, just think about it. They had to place all that down by hand. So that's a lot more work than now, where you can just, you know, simply place it with the scenery brush, which scenery brush is awesome. But back then you didn't have a scenery brush. You had to build it with just hands. It's super tiring building big coasters. There you go. So now we got that fence wrapped around that track. So that's safe, that's safe, that's safe. Everything's safe. It looks good. You know something that could be cool? What if I added the sign attached to the supports of the coaster? That could be cool. Sign would rattle every time a coaster went by though. Not in Planet Coaster, but in real life. See, when you're thinking about realism, you gotta think about what it would be like in real life. And luckily this coaster isn't too loud. But when it goes by, it would be pretty loud. So think about that. Back to building walls. And like I was doing this earlier, go ahead and grab the wall. And then now we're gonna go ahead and start placing it down. Back to building this curve. Which this is my least favorite part, but it's not too big of a deal. Okay. That's where you have to redo it. Once you turn it the wrong way, you start turning it on the wrong. okay. Keep it going, keep it going. Okay, and I think this is the last turn, or corner, curved corner that I add. This specific corner. Boom, there you go. Now it looks pretty nice. That's a nice curve. And now, like I was saying, now you duplicate the blocks, but down one block. So that it's a full wall. It depends on how high it is. Sometimes if it's shorter, you don't need to do that. I've done some builds where you have to do even more with that. But it turns out to be good in the end. I mean, as you've seen, I had to do this. And I love the darkness feature. You go in a building, and look, it's pitch black now. I love it, because in Planet Coaster 1, you never had pitch black. Like, you could never get pitch black in a building. Unless it was nighttime. But, I mean, this is the daytime. And assuming it's fully enclosed like this, and the building's not too big, it'll slowly start fading. Pitch black. I'm moving around. You can barely tell. Now you can tell, but you could barely tell. There goes the launch. This is cool. So now, we're gonna go grab this. I'm hoping I'm gonna turn on. Never mind. I'm not gonna turn it on. I was about to say I'm gonna turn on angle lock, but the ramp angle might be different on this one than it is on the other one. Like the angle it's facing. Here, okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and check it out and see how this is looking. So this one's a little shorter. The angle looks correct. Yeah, it looks right. Place it down on that side. Place it down on the other side. It looks fine. It looks alright. Okay. Do the same thing for this one. For this little slab over here. And that fits perfectly. Ooh. There you go. And then I was gonna add one of these things over here. Boom. There you go. That is my least favorite part of the builds. Making these staircases. I do it for every build, but now you really get to see it. And I'm adding the scenery, so the ride should be more exciting, I think. I might be right. I don't know if the scenery increases the excitement. Okay, here we go. But now let's go for a ride at the current state. This is not done yet still. We still got even more to add. But as you can see now, some more guest interactions over there. You feel closer to the guest, and you got more builds and stuff to make it feel nicer. I don't know. I didn't really have any plans going into this other than I wanted to at high speeds. I mean, if you look at this, it doesn't look very like, if you didn't have all the grounds and trees and tracks and like stuff, this would look slow in certain areas. Like this area would be pretty slow. This is actually really fast. So fast we're hitting. Jeez. specifically use this canopy a lot. Use right supports. And do that. And then I like to increase the size of it to be nice and big. Okay, I messed up the angle of it. It's gonna look a little off balance, but it doesn't matter too much. And now we got the canopy down. We're gonna go ahead and place some canopies over the entrance, for the waiting area. We're gonna add one specifically in this area. Then I think that area will be fine. So I'm just gonna add one in this area. Then I was gonna add some trees maybe in this area. Okay. Well, now that we got most of the hard work done, now we're gonna go ahead and add some trees and scenery with the scenery tool. So number one, this is a little too big. We're gonna go 10. And I like the park trees. So we're gonna come over here and add some park trees over there. And I want them to be a little spread out too. So add some over here. And maybe some in this area too. Add some back over here. Maybe one or two. And just making it nice. Not supposed to be super scenic, but yeah, it's supposed to look okay. There you go. And now to add to just that, we're gonna add some fall trees in here. Now you can see that tree is way too close to the track, so is that one. So those are gonna go. But we're gonna add some fall trees now to make it feel like it's fall. Okay, now that you got those, you're gonna want some more stuff. So number one thing you're probably gonna want is we're gonna look at some of these rocks. And now you're gonna add big rocks in some areas. So this looks like over here, like a nice area for rocks. We're gonna make like a rock pile over there. Some over here too. There. Some over here. Right there could also be some good areas. And now you're gonna add some small rocks to make it nice. Nice. There you go. There's a fun one. And now you could add some small rocks around. Here is a definitely fun and exciting ride. And it's kind of hard to tell what's happening, but it is very nice. And you can see the trees and stuff do elevate, I feel like, what the ride looks like. It looks like a theme park. Like, I don't know. Looks like Planet Coaster now. I enjoy it. So there's a fun ride. Now I'm gonna go with more scenery. And I'm gonna add some small shrubs. Small plants. Just where the trees are. I don't like anywhere else but where the trees are. Usually add them like under the trees and stuff. Maybe add some outside the trees. Just don't add too many, or they'll like look weird. Alright, there you go. I'm gonna delete some of these. They look kind of stupid. This looks good. This looks good. I like that. Yes, okay. So now that you got all that down, I am gonna take a few trees from over here. Use them to add some shade over here. I usually take trees from the trees that I placed down earlier, like that. There you go. That adds some shade in that area. So it sounds hot. Now, there's one last thing I like to do before we open. I turn down that brightness all the way to pitch black darkness at night. And this ride looks a little confusing in the dark. Am I right? Yes, I'm pretty sure. But we're gonna go ahead and fix that by adding some lights. So you can add some other things too. party poppers or whatever. But I'm gonna go light section. Find this light. This is what I like. Oh, what? I'm not even shining blue. I'm shining literally just white. Look how cool that looks. Okay, well here's how I do that. I grab that, and I'm gonna have it from over here too. Now I'm gonna place these all down, but then I'm gonna put them under. Because they're cool and all, but I just gotta go under the ground somehow, so that it goes away. And then, yeah, and now see how it'll go over the entrance. You'll see that. You'll definitely understand it's going under the ground here. But mainly I'm gonna make the whole track look like blue from just over here. But in reality, the track is not colored. Or the light is only colored white, in case you're wondering. So it's like, it illuminates the track as blue, but it's actually only white. And I'm gonna add some on the brake section as well. Just to add feel. And then, yeah, I'll go over there. And that's kind of where it exits, the idea. It'll be blue, I think. I'm gonna make it like blue on the launch. That's kind of where it's gonna end now. Not much more blue gonna happen for the rest of the ride. Just the launch would be a main area too. And then there's a few areas outside the main ride where I'd like to highlight some coloring. That's a cool new color around this area, just a little bit. Just a little bit of lighting would be cool. Not too much, just some. And then once it rolls out a bit, that's where it's gonna kind of cut off. Maybe a little air time, some light there. The one before it and the one after it too, to have light. Now I want to have light coming all the way up this little thing, whatever this is. I mean, look at that. It looks like it's literally glowing. Like the track. Like, that is cool. You can't lie. That is so cool how it looks like it's literally lighting up. The reason why after this we're going to delete the light or put the lights under the ground is because right now it looks a little crazy having all these lights sitting on the main on the ground. So putting them under the ground gets rid of some of the craziness of just being able to see the lights. That's a good just base plate here. I do want to highlight this little section. That's so cool. I like that. Once it goes down there, I can get rid of that. I want to highlight this little air terminal. There we go. There's some sections of the track that are highlighted. You'll understand that they're highlighted because you'll be able to see them like that. And there you go. There's some of the lighting done now. So you can just see what it would look like lit up over the track. And now the actual train car itself doesn't have any lights on it, but I could definitely add one or two to add. Actually, yeah. The train car could be cool having like one or two lights on it, because it's a little boring without any. See it? Fast. It is white lights, just white lights, but it looks like it's illuminating the track like blue. So you can see when their passengers are going over, it is just white. But since the track is blue, it looks like it's just lit up. It's so cool. So now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go to daytime. They are also running during the day. But I think it's cool that they're running at this time as well. You get some lights in certain areas you wouldn't usually get lights. But I like it. It does look nice. But like middle of the day, 12 is when you can't really tell they're on. So I'm going to turn it middle of the day, and then I'm going to start from the very start of the ride. I'm going to go through and get rid of every light that I see following the track. And don't stick it too far into the ground, because that would be annoying. But just every light that I see from the current areas of the track that I'm following along. So that could go down under the ground. And it's going to be a good amount of work to do this, but after it's done, the ride's done, and we can open it to the public. And another thing that we need to do to make this actually super functional is I need to add a staff room for the staff to use the restroom and all that, because I need staff. Without staff, I don't know what I would be doing. Because I need people to operate the ride, and I need people to fix the ride. That's all I need, as well as people to clean the grounds. But that's kind of all I really feel like I need in this park. Just people to fix the ride, operate the rides, and cleaners. Maybe security as well, because I don't want any theft happening. There's one part of the ride you can tell that the lights are on. Now the lights are going to be like dimmed, it won't be as bright anymore, because they are under the ground a tiny bit more. But it still looks cool. But yeah, and there's a lot of sections that don't have lights, which do make it easier on me. In terms of what I'm trying to light up and what I'm not trying to light up. You can see I'm just illuminating the track to make it look cool at night. Now I know some coasters, they only like illuminate the big important part of the ride or over the main entrance or whatever. But I'm gonna illuminate most of the area that you can and can't see. Oops. So I think I illuminate this one and then the next one, and then we're done with this section. And we go around a turn, and then we go to an airtime hill that I lighted up. So yeah, I lit up an airtime hill. And there was no light for a little bit, and then it was over the main area, which is where you're gonna get a lot of light. A lot of lights, because it's the main area. And I want them to be able to see it at night. Long stream. It's all on one foot. Okay, around the curves, there's nothing. Nothing until you get to here, and it starts lighting it back up. Start lighting the track. But we got lots of lights to make this ride awesome. The fact that you can't see the lights anymore make it a lot better. Here, let me just make sure that it still lights up the areas that are supposed to be lit up, even while the lights are under the ground. Oh, it definitely does. It's not as bright, and I do like how it's not as bright, because it does make it a little bit less on your eyes. But it's awesome, it works. Okay. So they can work under the ground. This is a good amount of work. Because you want good views of the ride at night and in the morning. You want good views of the ride in the day and at night. So during the day we got nice views, and I think I'll probably add some lanterns or something in the queue for the line, for the ride, because it's you know. And then yeah, I gotta put some of these under the path, some of the lights. They illuminate the roll. And that roll goes over the path, otherwise you wouldn't be able to light it up, so you gotta hide them in the ground. So it's a lot of work, but once you get it done, it's really nice. It's probably about a light, I don't know, maybe about a quarter of this ride is lit, with the rest of it being just dark. All of this is lit. Over here by the entrance, the ride. That's cool. But it's so cool to see the ride go back. I'll do a whole walkthrough in first-person camera of the views of the ride and going through the queue. You get a first-person camera. I think I did a good job with the actual scenery for the queue. I really like how it wraps around. And there's some areas that I didn't want to light up, but I kind of had to light up at certain points because there's a light below it that lit up something above it. Like, I wasn't going to originally light the launch, but then once I placed like one of these that were supposed to light up this roll, or I wasn't originally to light up this roll, I think that's what it was. Maybe I didn't light up this roll. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. But the lights beneath it make it lit. So then, I wasn't originally also gonna light up this hill, this airtime hill, but I lit it because that went over top of it and I wanted to eliminate that. So we gotta do this, we gotta do the main entrance area again, then the brake section. It's work, but once you're done, it's awesome. And in some cases, it actually lights up the track a little bit more. Okay, so now we got this little roll over here. This is my favorite roll. This whole ride. If you look at it, you roll in the other way, and then you roll out the way that you're not really supposed to be rolling it. It's so twisty. Like, it twists a lot more than you'd expect. So it feels like you've been through 2 rolls. We've only been through 1. And then all the rest of it is lit all the way up until almost the brake section. The lights are really nice, and I really like how they make the track look blue. These lights are white, they're not blue, but they make the track look blue. And I really like that. So I was gonna use blue lights to light the track, but they lit the track already blue. Going through here, you gotta just add lights. This is so cool. Here's the main section. And we back over here soon. Look at it go through that roll over there. It's so cool looking at it go through that roll. Perfect. This looks awesome. Boom. And you got these few, and then I think the brake section. The lights going underground. Because I want them to be hidden. Them being viewed. Look at the brake section. It looks kind of ugly with all those lights around there. I figured out part other than the brake section. Yeah, right over here. I didn't originally plan to illuminate this, but since the launch was below it, I lit the track because I don't know. Then it looks pretty nice. I do want to add some lights to the station though, because there's no lights in the station. Well, there definitely needs to be lights in the station. There's the ride. You can tell they're white lights because when they hit the station, they're white. And yeah, I'll probably add some lights in here maybe. And you'll probably add like a light over here. These lights are white, and I'm okay with that. So now I'm going to shove these onto the ground. Now, why are we putting them onto the ground? Because to heighten the lights for some people. See, now it's like bright in the queue, but you don't know where it's coming from. Maybe the same for the exit. Maybe a light coming from it, but you don't know where. And there you go. There's essentially the whole ride lit. Isn't that so cool how it looked? Yeah, that's so cool. Okay. Now let's add some lights inside the station. The lights in the station. I'm okay with just adding lights like this. I only need, for what I'm looking at here, I feel like I only need like 2 or 3. That's usually all I usually add. 2 or 3. That's all I'm gonna add. So there's, I'm gonna add 1 in the center, and then 1 on each side. 1, 2, 3. There you go. And my light isn't on my mouse, is it? No, it's not. So there you go. The finished part. And maybe I'll add a sign with the ride name. What should we name it? I don't know. I don't really know what to name it. Maybe a speedster or something. I don't know. I gotta come up with random names. Here, yeah, we'll do speedster. Doesn't sound like... I'll add it, because it's there. Actually, nah, we won't add it. I don't feel like we need it. This was a test park. I was building this coaster to see how well I can make a nice smooth coaster as well as make heart lining work. And there's a few more tests of heart lining I need to do with winged coasters and suspended coaster. But after I get all the heart lining down, I think I'm ready to go. And I'm done building. And I'll start building better coasters after I get heart lining and stuff. Smoothing. But shall we open the ride? Yes, we should. There we go. So now the ride is open. Now let's make this park a little bit more functional by adding a staff that goes off. Who knows? Just over here in the middle of nowhere. And we'll add a staff area. So here's the staff building. Here you go. Boom, there you go. You gotta go all the way over there to get to it, but once you get there, it's all good. So we'll add 1 more coaster guy. We'll add 2 cleaning people. Mechanic. Chase security guards. And maybe 1 more mechanic. There you go. And we'll add 1 more of these guys. Okay. Now that you got that down, people are getting in line. That's good, that's good. Now I am gonna add some benches and stuff. Because people probably want to sit down, if I had to make a guess. It's most likely you would want to sit down throughout the park. It's just a viewing area over here, so not too big of a deal. Over here. There you go. And now you're gonna go ahead and grab the normal trash can. And now put these in between every bench. There you go. You got a nice looking park now. Nice looking park, a nice looking coaster. The park is not done. So if you wanted to, this coaster doesn't involve too much terrain adjustment. So if you really could, you could grab all of this. I mean all of it. It's a lot. And you can save it as a blueprint. So you can put it in a different park. But, you know, that's not me. There goes a test run of the coaster, and you can see the people in the queue waiting to get in. And now that we've finished, I'm going to turn off fixed sun. So the sun will be doing what it usually does. So now I don't need to see what they would look like at different parts of the day. And then usually when I save the park, I find a cool point in the ride that I find cool, that everybody's hands are raised in the sky, so it looks exciting. Like over here could be a cool one. Maybe just this over the main area, like right over here or something. I don't know, I gotta find a cool point of view. So one thing that I was thinking of, you could do this. I mean, it's not, I'm trying to find a cool highlighted point of the ride. This could be a good one. Like right there, maybe. But that's too wide of a turn. So maybe like right around here. I don't know. It's hard to find points. But I need to find one cool point that I want to think of. Use one like right over here, maybe. One where you get to see it cool right. And usually before I open it, I make sure nothing's clipping to through the ride. But I'm not gonna do that right now. So we're gonna go to orbit, so we can see the people's point of views during this ride. So this next train car will be our first train of people getting on this coaster. Here's the first train. The first riders on this coaster. This whole train is filled. Here we go. You're exiting the station. You can already hear the excitement. Wow, they're all very excited. And then you can see all their, I like to see their reaction. Oh dear. Their heads clipping into the back of the seats. It's fine. But they look very excited so far. Very silent. Their hands are red. Just because they're all terrified. Oh, the line's long. It did work. It did work. It indeed worked. And that's always a good sign. But no one was excited. They were all terrified. Yeah, we'll go to guest facials so we get a better understanding of the front car seat facials expressions. So, what's up, guys? Hello, people in the front. We're really getting their facials up here. Okay, okay, they like the beginning. Now they enjoy the waiting here. No, they don't enjoy sitting here waiting. And they're gently gone and confused on what's happening. Bring on each segment. Just screaming. Okay. Okay. Yep, they do seem to be enjoying this. They would be enjoying the moment, but they don't enjoy it. Now they start to enjoy it. Oh man, they don't like it, I don't think. Oh, they don't like it at all. Oh, the excitement is still max. Alright, well, my favorite part is watching the cinematic of the ride. Let's watch the cinematic. See how they do with this ride. A lot of rides that have a lot of trees around them usually don't do well with cinematics. Mainly it just ends up being, you know, awful. But here's this one. Why are they highlighting the exit of the station? It feels like they're trying to showcase a big part of it. Okay, but this one isn't too bad. They get them lined up with the launch. They'll just sit there. And then... I like that launch cinematic there. I like how it goes up and around. It is very difficult to see here. I didn't highlight that roll very well. Just highlight how fast it's really going. You can watch it go here, and then over the entrance. This is an awesome cinematic for it. That was an awesome cinematic for going over the entrance. That was a good one too. That was awesome. Let's see how they cinematic. They really do my favorite. That was a good one. This is a good one for going over the main area. They do highlight how many rules there really are. And that you really couldn't see anything, so that was useless. Wow. Okay, that was great. That was a good cinematic. They did a good job for that one. That was good. That was a good cinematic, I felt like. Well, now let's go down to a person's view and see what it looks like. So, the first thing I want to see is going over the entrances and seeing it come around real fast. Alt is to jump. You could jump? What the heck? Okay. But seeing it come around like super fast is really cool. So that's the first cool point, I feel like. But seeing it come over here and then down through there and then over there and then over there and then in the queue, that's probably going to be the best looking part. So if we really want to get the views from over here, oh, you could hear the screams. Oh, they're coming around fast. Okay, that's cool. So now we're going to pause, come on over here, and you'll see them come rolling around. And then we don't want to miss this one. This is over the top area. I mean, it's crazy how close you are to the train as well. So there you go. That's a cool one to look at. And then you got this coming over here, and up and around the queue. You don't get to see that very often. And if we have enough time, we can run back over here and get ready for the lineup over here. Where we get to see it come around from the circle area again. It's going to come through a roll. And then you'll see it pop out over here. Come come in real fast. And that's cool. I like how that you get to see everything. That's so cool. And then if you're waiting over here, you get to see it go up. You're just kind of looking into the area. You do get to see it go into another roll. That's cool. Okay, well now we can get in the queue for it. I do like how all the lights are on, so it's really nice to see the lights on. And now we can get in the line. We'll go a walking pace in the line. We'll pretend we're walking through like a normal person would. You get some good views in here to certain parts of the ride. It is a very nice looking queue. You get a good view of it going up and around over here. It goes through that so fast though. It's like it's hard to understand like why. Like it's so cool though. I can't tell if that's an inversion or not either, because it's a really deep bank. Alright. I'm gonna sit here and watch it go up around the curve. Sorry, I like angles. So sorry, if you guys just want to see a ride POV, bumper POV, I can give that to you. But I like to see the angles first. There it goes, lining up for the jump. Whoosh. There it goes. Oh, that's cool. And then you're not really gonna be able to see it. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. But you're not really gonna be able to see it until it comes back over here. Wow. That is so cool. And then it goes back over into that roll over there. You'll see it. Yep. There it went. And then it's going to come back over here kind of by the main entrance. And you'll see it go down that little area there. And another roll. Oh man, you get good views of this ride. Oh, it fits so well into like the area. Like you understand, you can see almost every element of the ride once you're in the queue. There's a few things you can't see, but there's a lot you can see. So, I find that cool. I'd love to stand here and watch it come around again and go whoosh over into that roll. Oh, that is so cool. Here, we'll let it get going. Definitely one of the best rides I've made. One of my favorite, because like, you get to utilize this idea of it. The scenery is kind of like, it looks like the path was there before the ride, and the ride kind of just was built around the path. Whereas some rides, they built the ride first. The path goes there goes. Whoosh. You get a good view of the launch from here too. You stand here and watch them go. Yeah, the views aren't the greatest over here. Oh, what's coming around? No way. That was... Whoa, what was that? I don't know. But that was so cool. I'd love to see what it would look like if you were waiting the first person in line for this coaster specifically. What? Oh, you'd get so many good views. Well, I know the thing you guys want to see is the bumper POV, so we'll go ahead and get on to the bumper POV. What am I saying? I am going to turn on fixed sound because my favorite times to ride the coaster is at 8. I think it looks the best. And the loading and unloading process of the coaster isn't actually too slow. So it's a decent speeding coaster. But here we go. Or we should get going soon. And this is real-time speed, in case you're wondering. Okay, that was an interesting start. You can hear the excitement. And now, we launch. Favorite role coming up. Wow, that was incredible. Now another thing you probably want to see is the nighttime POV, or sunset POV could be cool, or sunrise POV. Oh, that's cool. I like 8 though, it feels like, and then 9 also is a good highlight of what the ride really looks like. But we're gonna go midnight ride POV. This one's gonna be enjoyable. There you go. There's the beginning, and then the launch is gonna be so cool with the light flashing on and off. It's definitely confusing. Wow, that is such a good ride at night. But it's definitely confusing, yeah, where you are. The launch was so cool. You get like a highlighted, like you're sitting here and it's like flashing on and off, and then you go into the darkness. I thought that was so cool. Now we're gonna pretend we'll get the very last car POV. Not the last seat in the car, but the last car. I think this is gonna be the best thing, like the best POV. The lights flashing on and off really always thing. Back here it's so like you get to understand that the lights are white. There you go. That is the final POV. I think I'm gonna go with the 9 in the morning photo for my save, because it saves based on where you save it at. And I like to save it where you get to get an image of what the ride really looks like. So this could be a good POV of the ride. I don't know. I could go with the instant turn out of the launch. But I feel like to get a good idea of what the ride really looks like, you got to get a nice good view of it. So a good view in my eyes is when it's coming around this way, but it doesn't end up coming around this way like at all. I want a good one where you get to see most of the coaster too. So I think this could be a good one. I like this one. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. I'm gonna see how that one looks. So it's going over the main entrance right now. The airtime hill. Free look. Get the best angle. And then take a step back. And I'll save that. That's cool. Yeah. Okay. Save. Smooth and Heartline. That's what I named it originally. Here's a cool coaster that I made. I'm just going through and showcasing on mine. This is what I called compact. And it's because I tried to build it within a small area, but make it exciting. So here it is. It's not done, but it's definitely pretty cool. And yeah, this is what the compact looks like. As you can see, it's in a very small and refined area. And it's super twisty and turny. And I can give you that POV if you'd like to see this. It has perfect ratings, yet again. But it's more twisty and turns. So there you go, out of the station. Yet again, another launch coaster. This is before I knew almost all the smoothing techniques. And yet again, I was trying to make it long, good ratings, and in a compact area. And I went outside of that build zone, the compact area zone, for a little bit to get good views of the ride from the park. But yeah, you get pretty good views. So yeah, there is the compact ride. As you can see, it's very compact, but it really does give you that feeling. Like, it's fast. It's decently fast. 60 miles an hour. So not quite as fast as the 100 mile an hour craziness. But it feels a lot faster than that 100 mile an hour. With the rolls feeling really weightless and smooth. This being my favorite roll. How it just rolls so smoothly through it. But yeah, that's a fun one. The compact ride. I made a bunch. Here's a fun one. I called it Nova, but it's not really Nova. This is my attempt at a Giga coaster. It's tall. It's fast. And there's a bunch of airtime. It's not perfect ratings, though. It is not perfect ratings at all. But it's good. Here, I'll just speed through this. I'll just wait. But yeah, here's Nova. As you can see, I actually designed the park a little bit more around it. There's a sign. Here's the queue, the exit, and the staff entrance. This is very cool. The queue is over here. The staff entrance is over here. And there's a train in the station, so I'm gonna pause the game. And then here's the exit to the ride. Fencing all around. And the queue has the same tarps as the one in the other ride. Go ahead and get on the train. Oops. And I don't know why the ratings are 0, 0, and 0. Because they're not 0, 0, and 0, in case you're wondering. So that's not right, but okay. I think I think it's green fear, green nausea, but like yellow excitement or something like that. It's not super exciting. I don't know why though, it's 300 feet tall. Oh, there's the, oh no, it has red fear and red excitement. Okay, well, green nausea. It's a good coaster, it's not bad, trust me. It's good. Okay. speed up time. There we go. As we exit the station, I actually really liked how it was going decent speed over here, because it didn't exit the station as fast as my other ones. And then you go up the 300-foot tall drop. It's taller than 300 feet, but it's pretty tall. So, there you go. Awesome drop. This is also before I knew all the smoothing techniques. So the way I built this one is, instead of using what I usually do, I used 20-meter long pieces. So they were much longer pieces, making it easier for me to make a coaster that was much more smooth and had more, like, I don't know, it just felt better with the smaller pieces. Now you'll see there is a lot of supports that don't look like they should be there with my technique ideas. And that's because with the 20-meter long pieces, you would get rid of like 5 supports. But yeah, airtime, it's pretty fun. Pretty fun coaster. Here's the fun part. There's a good amount of airtime right there. Whoosh, that's fun. But yeah, it's a good coaster. Gets them excited, but not too scared. No inversions. Yeah. Actually, there technically is one inversion. I don't know where it is, but there's one. It's probably one of my turns, where I turned into it more than 90-degree angle. Those count as inversions, which I don't think, I mean, technically you are upside down, beyond, whatever. Okay, well, the rest of it's just like that. So that's a fun one. Let's go to another one. I called this inverted because it went upside down a bunch, but it's not really an inverted coaster. I'll show you that one too. Just checking. So here's a fun one. It's upside down almost half the time. This one I'll write at 9. And this one was kind of a reference, or I was basing it off of the Smiler at Alton Towers. But I wanted to have an idea of, instead of compacting it into a smaller frame, which is, I still did that, or I compacted it into a small area, I also wanted it to be in a big box down below, so it's compacted in there as well. So this coaster is a drop and a launch coaster. So one way to highlight this, let's get on one of the train cars. This is a good one. This is one in the station. And I made a few drops, so this is out of the station, where it drops down a good amount, because I didn't want to use too much speed out of the station, so I made it drop out of the station. And this is also before I knew all the smoothing techniques, so if it looks rough, it is. And I use block sectioning for this one, so it stops a lot at certain points. There we go, that one moved a lot faster by. And now we go up the chain lift, which is not that tall. And now we stop at the top of the chain lift, because, as I was stating, I use block sectioning. So, there's a few points where the train has to pass through a certain part of the track, and then we can go down. So here we go, through the main area. Yet again, before I knew all the smoothing techniques, I just want you to know that beforehand, because it is rough in my opinion. I don't feel like going through and changing too much, but near the end, some of the inversions got smoother. My favorite inversion has to be this one. It's so smooth, and it went, like, the way, like, I don't know, I liked it. And then this is my least favorite one. That's a fun one too. And then you go up into the block section, which is, it's supposed to be sci-fi themed. So here's another block sectioning area. And we're actually getting stopped here. Sometimes we get stopped, sometimes we don't. Then we leave the block section, and instead of it being a chain lift drop, we instead just go down into a normal drop. And then you can see we're going a lot slower through here than we usually would. And I mean, we're going slow. And then, yeah, so it's very slow. But then we have a launch over here to get us back up into the speed near the entrance. You get good views by the entrance of it. And it was mainly just to boost us all the way back up out of a giant cliff to get us back into the station. Because as you're seeing, we're down here, and we kind of had to get all the way up there. Color scheming at night is actually really neat. I liked it. I added lights just throughout it. In certain areas I thought that were cool with it. Yeah, it's a cool coaster, so I guess we'll load another one. Timber's a cool one. This one is a hybrid coaster. A decently tall hybrid coaster, and on this one, my goal was airtime. A lot of airtime. So, as you can see on some of these curves, it's banking the other direction to try to pull you out of your seat. Which, airtime idea. So, yeah, a lot of airtime. This is one of the curves that really showcases it. But most of the curves, almost every curve during this coaster is banking the other direction that you should be facing. And that's so that you can get airtime. This one banks the correct direction. There's a few that do. But, like, that banks the right direction. But it's mainly designed for airtime. It's actually a pretty nice one. I like it. I had cool color schemes, as you can see. But we'll go with 12, and we'll go ahead and get on the coaster. So where are we right now? It's super smooth. I don't know. I made it really smooth. I don't know how, but it is. So now let's wait for them to get off. And yeah, the ratings, yet again, are not the greatest. I expected better. You can see we roll out of the station. And then you go up the chain lift. So it's a long chain lift. I was going to do block sectioning, but then I realized block sections wouldn't be the greatest. Oh, and there's another coaster over there, so I can advertise this one. There we go down the original drop. The airtime now. Over that curve. Picture. To a nice little roll. I like this turn a lot. Right there, that's one of my favorite turns. And this is one of my favorite ones, I think. Yeah, that's a great one. I like that one. We could see a lot of airtime happening on this coaster. And surprisingly, the coaster only says there's 2 seconds of airtime. I don't think there's 2 seconds of airtime. There's almost guaranteed a lot more than 2 seconds of airtime. I'm not going to show you my remakes of other coasters in real life. And the rest of it kind of just goes back to the station. Up that, around that. And it turns out, actually building where you turn the other direction, I actually feel like a lot easier to build with this type of coaster. I don't know, it was really nice and fun to build this one. And I took inspiration from this one on these turns. I really liked how these turns turned out on this pre-built one, where you're banking the other direction. I really liked that. So I took inspiration from that and kind of built the whole coaster off of that. But yeah, it is really nice. That's a fun one. Iron Rattler. These are just remakes of coasters. I have the Siren's Curse, Expedition Everest at Disney, Millennium Force, Cosmic Rewind at Disney. Millennium Force there. I don't know. I could show you an Exa coaster, and then I tried to do the stupid challenges that everyone does, where in Planet Coaster, where it's like 1 minute, 10 minute, hour. You get to build a coaster. So I tried it with dive coasters, because I thought dive coasters are cool. Here's an exit coaster, by the way. So this is the 600-foot tall coaster that I was talking about. I don't get it. It's not that scary, not that tall. So here's the ratings. It's perfect ratings. I really liked it. 5,000 meter track length. Speedster, that's what I named it. That's a good name. Good name for this type of coaster. Surprisingly, it is only 7 Gs. No, I'm joking. 7 Gs is a lot, though. The biggest drop is 166 meters. Wow. speed is only 135, so it's not the fastest in the world. That's a surprise. Where's the coaster? Oh yeah, where are we, dude? Okay, come on, just speed through this. Okay, so now we're gonna go to the main part. I think I'm testing it. No, I'm riding the coaster. This is a multi-launch coaster because to get to the top of it took inspiration from Falcon's Flight that's gonna be built, I think, Six Flags somewhere, Saudi Arabia maybe. But yeah, I took inspiration from that and I wanted to build my own coaster type. So there's a launch that goes up a hill, but the type of coaster I chose, I like this type of coaster, but the type of coaster I chose specifically didn't let me get up a hill, like upward launch. So I had to do one launch up here, where it curves around and you're going up a hill. All the terrain was built by me. I really do like the terrain. And then you're getting lined up for your second launch. And this launch is much faster. And then you're going up the hill yet again. You get up to the top a little bit faster this time. And I mean, just pure off the edge, this view is insane. Like, wow. And guess what? We go even higher. So your view is going to get even better. And then here's where the start of the actual coaster starts, because this hasn't been too much of a coaster, I feel like. It's just been fun. But this is when we start getting into like some serious speed and turns. Or some more twists and turns. And we get some more speed happening here. And then you get one final view off the edge before they drop. Oh, wow. A almost 600-foot drop into a nice turn over here. This is an insanely big and fast and tall coaster. Going up this huge hill. I mean, this is probably the height of most, like, world record coasters right here. We just went up it as our second hill. And then I got tunnels through the mountain. I did end up building the coaster before the hills, so the hills were built after it. Nice turn up here, and then I wanted some airtime, so I get air tempo. And then over the entrance. I like the idea of going over the entrance. And this coaster never ended up having, I don't think, any inversions. There might be one. But I don't believe there's any inversions, and I don't think there needs to be any. Because it's so tall and fast that an inversion would be just kind of weird. I don't know. I did that with the... I don't know. This can maybe count as an inversion. I don't count it as an inversion, but maybe it is. Through the mountain again. So we turn and roll on back to the station. This was a coaster I spent a lot of time on. Especially building this hill. That hill is not easy to build. Because it is so tall. That, like, this is the highest you could go, like, I feel like, with your camera. So it's like, it's so tall up here. It was so hard to, like, design and build the coaster all the way up here. But, I mean, your view from up here is beautiful. And the hill was all custom built. So I did actually spend a lot of time building the back of the hill as well. Because I didn't just want to leave the front of the hill. I wanted to make sure the hill looks realistic in this back of the hill. So this is the back of the hill. There's ponds on the hill and around the hill. And then there's a second hill over here. This one is really designed and shaped for the coaster. Every hill on this coaster is designed and shaped specifically for the coaster. But I tried to make it more realistic to where there's some areas where the coaster could have gone instead of going on that area of the hill. I don't know. It was difficult, but I did it. So that was a fun coaster to build. I really liked building that one. I have a surf coaster that I built. That one was kind of boring. I have... this coaster is kind of cool, I guess. I don't think I want to show it to you because it's kind of boring. It has perfect ratings because I added a bunch of pre-built parts. like a bunch of alien pieces and stuff, because it was supposed to be a themed coaster. It wasn't designed. It was kind of like a Disney style coaster, where it's themed after something. Well, here's the 1 minute, 10 minute, 1 hour dive coaster. I had this coaster specifically over here just to see if people would want to come over to this, because not many people wanted to ride my coaster. And I also had that coaster because not much people wanted to ride it. Well, I don't know if you can tell which one's the 1 minute, 10 minute, and 1 hour, but you might be able to tell. So we're gonna go to the 1 minute one. So this is the 1 minute, in case you could tell. So we're gonna get in line for it and do a bumper view. 1 minute. Keep that in mind. I didn't have too much smoothing done. By the way, the chain's gonna take forever, so I'm gonna skip this. It is decently tall. I did realize that. And it is a dive coaster, so I did have to add a dive. And it didn't make it. So that's the 1 minute dive coaster, in case you're wondering. So it just kind of gets stuck there. Stuck. It doesn't make up the little thing. So that's the 1 minute one. That was awful. I did awful on that. Here's the 10 minute one. This one is actually open for people to ride. So I'm gonna test it real quick so I can actually ride it. But this one's open to the public for riding. The ratings are up in the corner. They are pretty good. They're not too great, but they are good in my standards. This is where I had 10 minutes to build it. I had better smoothing because I had more time to build it. And I actually had the time to make it tall enough for a beyond vertical drop. So it's beyond vertical. And that's what I was happy about, because I could actually make it beyond vertical. So I think this drop has a steeper, I don't know. There you go. There's that drop. Most of them go into like a roll like this. So that's what I did. And it goes into a barrel roll. Now this was before I knew all my smoothing techniques now. Get hit by a tree. And I wanted it to slow you down really, really slow. So here's a 3 times speed. Because it's very slow. And it's not another dive, it's just a normal drop. But I want it to slow you down nice and slow. Not that slow, but I wanted it to slow you down. And I didn't realize how slow it slowed you down until I finished building it and had to do that. But there's the 10 minutes coaster. Dive coaster. Now here's one of the ones that they made. I think it's cool, but it doesn't go beyond vertical, so that's sad. And in case you didn't know, the 1 hour one is the record-breaking highest dive coaster. If this was built in real life, it would be the highest dive coaster. It does dive down under the ground into a loop off that way. It's very tall, beyond vertical drop. Look at that crazy drop. That's terrifying. You can hear the screams from like a mile away. But you can see it roll on up that. I did do more coloring. You can see it go over there. But it is actually really nice. And I did want it to slow you down yet again up here. Getting ready for the second drop, which what I found funny is the second drop is the height of the first coaster I built. Look at that. So I could have technically made a dive, but I didn't, so it kind of just rolls off the edge down. So it's like a second dive coaster with the second drop. But, I mean, why not just get on the coaster? Because I'm too busy staring at it, why not get on the coaster? Now, I did design the station and stuff. I didn't really know how to design the station. I was focused on making the coaster, not the station. What's happening? Okay. This train is in the station. Oh, here we go. Roll on out. And now it's gonna go up this long chain lift. Like almost all my coasters, it went up, turned to the side, and then got ready for the drop. And holy cow, it's steep. It's tall. Launches you down. And then this is a pre-built thing that they had in the game, where it spins off to the side. Whoosh. Airtime right there. My favorite roll. And then rolls on up. Gets really nice and slow. And yes, this is still decently tall. It looks like it's gonna be a dive coaster, but it doesn't end up diving. So it goes into that. And yeah, this is a fun one that I built. I've made a bunch of coasters. This park was one that I started working on this park. I didn't end up finishing it. But it's supposed to be like an actual theme park. Like amusement park. So this one's all based on Hawaiian themed. It's not just one coaster, it's two coasters, a parking lot, a boat, and a tram and all that. This one here's the parking lot. You'd arrive over here in the park, and you take your boats from the docks, and you take them out over here to the actual park over here. And there's no food stands yet, not much, but it's called River Point. And I have a few coasters that I really like here. Here's one. This is a coaster. And yeah, so this one is called River Rapid, the Water Rapid. I don't know why I call it Water Rapid, not River Rapid, but perfect ratings. Okay, and here we go. This is a fun one. I liked it. This one was the first one I made in this park, and I liked how it turned out. Nice airtime hill right up there, giving you a bunch of airtime. Just upside down, a hang time. Rolls out of it, rolls back into it. Looks up in the water. Speeds through the end of the ride. It's a short ride, but it's a fun one. And then you got my water coaster. Or my surf coaster, sorry. So I did all the coloring and stuff on it. I think. Or maybe they did all the coloring and I just liked how it turned out. So that's what I just kept it as. I don't know. There's a lot of coloring that happened and all that. But I got the fence over here when it comes really close to you. But here is the surf coaster. This one probably has the longest queue of any of my coasters. As it has the longest wait right now. So we can get on this coaster. Yet again, you're standing on this coaster. It's a surf coaster. Here we go, out of the station. And I was so intrigued by the launch ideas. I liked launch coasters. Launch coasters are fun. Chain lift coasters can also be fun. I need to make more chain coasters. But I got the launch. And I like how smooth some of these transitions were. And it is a surf coaster. It is pretty extreme for a surf coaster, I feel like. Like I felt like I did probably too much. There's no inverted. I don't think surf coasters should go inverted. This is after I did research on surf coasters. I made one surf coaster before I did research for a surf coaster. And I realized surf coasters are kind of like slower paced. They're not as like super fast paced because you're more standing on it. So that was my first or my second surf coaster I did. So that's a fun surf coaster. I really liked how this one turned out. And I liked how tall it was. And the views from the park entrance over here when you're parking. Views over here are awesome. Where you get the views of the roller coasters. And I can show you my first ever surf coaster. Which, I'll tell you, it's not the greatest. It is pretty bad. I mean, it's not too bad, but it's really nice, like, it's twisty and turny. And I didn't use, like, any offset banking when I probably should have. I mean, I really like how twisty and turny it was, but I wish I just chose a different coaster type for this coaster specifically. Because it's a good track layout, good coaster layout, it's just not designed for this type of coaster. Yeah. I think this is actually the first coaster I ever built in this game. And I think it was the first because when I got the game, I realized that you could have a different separate loading stations and unloading stations. So that was what I really liked about it. But here's the coaster. It is pretty exciting. I wish I chose a different coaster type for it though, cause I mean it's a good coaster. It's just the wrong coaster type. It's designed for a different coaster type. You go real slow up there. And yet again, this is the first coaster built this way. The fact that I added reverse on the coaster, I found it a little insane. After I did research on surf coasters. Because that's definitely an intense surf coaster. And then I tried to make some more coasters over here. So here's a coaster. It's not compact. So this was my issue beforehand. These coasters are not compact enough. Like I wanted them to fit within small ranges. But here's a fun one. It's not long. It has perfect ratings, which is great. It's kind of just a classical roll out of the station. You're in a brake section, and then it launches. Down a little bit of a drop. This is when I was looking into the newer coaster types. But there you go. It's not long, but it is pretty exciting. Here's another one. This is one I was designing for like kid coasters. Because I wanted to build a fun little kid coaster. Maybe. Because this doesn't look like a coaster that would be designed for adults. Like it looked like train cars specifically. So the ratings are not perfect at all. But just keep in mind, it's designed for kids. Yeah, so it is a little twisty and turny for a kid coaster, but I mean it's small, compact, and short. I have made a lot of coasters in my game. So either that was my first coaster, but I like to call this next coaster that I'm going to show you my actual first coaster. Because this is the one where I was, the first one that I actually really tried on. And I was going to add like custom supporting. I didn't end up adding custom supporting. This is one I really tried on. It is a multiverse coaster. That's the one thing. I was like looking into the new things. Yes, this is supposed to be a themed ride. I don't know why I have a water park either. But it's supposed to be a themed ride, and it's supposed to be dark. So there's a little hint of the ride, but, wait. Where are we right now? Oh, okay, we're back in the station. That's good. And I didn't realize this while making it. The train car has lights on it. Is that an issue? Yeah, because the coaster is supposed to be in the dark. And I don't know how to get rid of them, but yeah. So here you go. Trying to get out of here, so you go to the light. The whole theming of this coaster is that shadow beast that you're trying to take down, and he can't go in the light. Which is why we gave you a light on your train car. Because, you know, well, yeah. So there he is. And then I like the drop track idea where you drop down. And then you're rolling backwards. I think it's a really kid coaster. I like it. Definitely designed for kids. And then, yeah, your track's destroyed because you just had to go through him. And then he pops out of nowhere, and then you're going forward again. There you go, you get a bunch of hints of him, you're exploding all the zombies, there's more of them, you find him. You don't even really know what's happening here. You're exploding him, you laser him, he catches on fire, he explodes, and he dies. And then you head on right back into the station. There's a different entrance and exit, by the way. So, that's just to let you know. But yeah, that's that one. That's a fun one. I like that one. The big show building was something. I mean, one of the things that really help you understand what's actually happening is when you ride it with the lights on. Oh, here, wait. Let's just get back to the station. Once you ride it with the lights on, you can really understand what is happening. So that's what he looks like. His whole body is actually there, not just the And then you go outside. You head on into your drop track, where he's hanging on a pole. And then you drop. You leave him, the track goes back up while you roll backwards. And then track switches while the sparks keep going off, and then he pops out of nowhere. And then you're going forward, and then the track is actually not too much craziness is happening. It's just a good amount of turns. So, yeah, the layout isn't actually too advanced. But once you're in there and it's in the dark, you cannot tell a thing where you're going. Because it's like, what's happening? Are you going up? Are you going down? Are you turning that way? Are you upside down? It's so confusing what's happening. So, that was cool. I like that. I made so many coasters. Oh yeah, and that's how you get back to the main station. Oh yeah, Sanrio Park. That was one my sister made. Oh yeah, I tried making Seven Dwarfs Mine Train from Disney as well. I make Disney ride. I like recreating rides a lot. Here's a good coaster. I literally named it Good Coaster, so it must be pretty good. It's twisty and turny, and it takes up a lot of space, which is what I didn't like. Let's open it. Don't worry, it's been tested before. Perfect ratings, which is why I named it Good Coaster. Alright, roll on out of the station. And then you stare at a top hat that looks a little different than a normal top hat. And that reason is it's upside down. So I like that. And it rolls out of it. And it rolls that way. Back. And like that was like one of my favorite rolls in this ride. And then here's the less fast-paced turns. And then here's a turn where you turn into it and it doesn't look like you turned enough, but then you go down. And then brake section. But then you didn't brake quite enough, so you had to turn around, brake, and then go under the station. That was a good ride. I really like this one. Good amount of time work on it. Super fast, too. I've made so many coasters. I'm gonna look at this one, too. This is Cosmic Rewind at Walt Disney World Epcot Resort. Oh, and yeah, that's in Orlando. But this whole one, I did spend a lot of time designing it, because this one has a lot more theming than the coaster part. So I have two train cars. In the real ride, they have a loading station on this side and this side. So they have two trains that work. I don't know, it's interesting. You got trains that work on, you got like 4 trains that can work on the track. And this ride, Planet Coaster does not allow dual loading stations for the same coaster. So it goes under. And then I got another track over here, because this is where I track for the transfer tracks. So here's the transfer tracks. And then in this building are all the stations for the transfer tracks. But I got all the transfer trains. And then, yeah, the actual coaster actually does have a track, and there's 2 trains that can operate it on it. And I got 2 trains that operate on the track that doesn't actually have anybody able to ride it. So let's go ahead and ride it. Because why not? So you start going out. I do need some music. Actually, we're going to ride it from the guest POV. Because these train cars are different. They turn. So watching it from the normal POV wouldn't be correct, because you have to watch it from the POV that turns. So you go up. And this is how the real ride works. You just need to add more decorations. And then I'm not sure how all the turning works during the ride. I actually haven't ridden this ride, so can't tell you exactly how all of it works. But what I do know is it launches you backwards. Ooh, there you go. And then you rotate back forwards, now you're in the front again. And now you keep on going through the track. The layout was difficult because it is in the dark. You're looking at different things almost the whole ride, so I can't tell if you're supposed to look somewhere or not. But I did what I thought you should have done. So I liked all the turns. Oh, and yeah, if you're looking at the ground, it's because I used the actual track layout to make it. only issue I made while making the actual track layout is it's squished. Like, it's not supposed to be that squished like that. But it is, so. That's how it turned out. But yeah, you can see you're rolling into this section and all the train cars start turning inward. So the train moves. Yeah, it's cool. Oh, and might as well show you Millennium Force. This one also isn't done yet. I have a lot of unfinished coasters. It's lagging a lot. But this is a fun one. So this is based on the actual Millennium Force, which roller coaster at Cedar Point, you should know that. But it is the world's first Giga Coaster. So the first coaster to go above 300 feet tall. This is 3 times speed, by the way. It is actually a decently fast chain lift, but it's 3 times speed. But it's the world's first Giga Coaster. First coaster to go over 300 feet tall. So here's my Millennium Force remake, and I used a Google Maps image to know what the track layout was. North. Airtime. And it doesn't look super fast, it is going about 100 miles an hour though, after the main drop, so it is fast. And I have ridden this one in real life. Pretty terrifying. I was scared, but it is pretty exciting. Airtime. And this was the one you may have noticed. It is custom supported. Not all of it, a lot of it. So these are not custom supports. But there's a good amount of custom supports. These are custom supports here. The game would not do that. That would not cooperate with the game. Same with these and that at the bottom. The game would not listen to that. And the real thing has a big building, and they have all that coming out of it. So I was working on building the custom supports over here. They aren't done. These hills are all custom supported because the game would not build stuff like that unless it was a chain lift. So that's custom supported. Some of these are actually custom supported. I think like 1 or 2 of them. And then over here we have some extra cross beams that were added that were custom supports, but some of them were already there, but you can see some of them custom supported. And this whole turn was also all custom supported, because that's a little advanced for the game. And then yet again, this hill is also a custom support. A lot of custom supports. And this all needs to be custom supported, so these all go inward instead of facing outward. But yeah, it's pretty good. It turned out well. And here's Siren's Curse. This one was hard to remake because the train car and track are different shapes. So, the actual track for Siren's Curse, in case you're wondering, is a completely different shape. It's not shaped like this. But it's only shaped like this because, well, it had to be shaped like this. And nobody has ridden this one yet because it's not open. It opens in 4 days. Guaranteed. It was hard to build. Kinda hard to build. It doesn't like to move very often because it's still in testing mode. It's just not going. So here we go. It's a tilt coaster, so it does tilt. It was decently difficult to build. It wasn't too bad. But yeah, the track is a different shape, in case you're wondering. The layout should be the same. But it's rough because it's just a rough design of what the coaster would actually look like. It is pretty compact within that area. But I worked with what I could and I made it fit. And I have seen this one in real life. Testing is actually really cool. Super cool. How you just stand there and watch it tilt. I mean, that is something. Watching that thing just tilt. I mean, it's pretty intimidating if you're riding it, I guarantee it. And it just drops. But that's a cool one. Well, I think this is going to be the end of my Planet Coaster stream. Thanks for watching, and goodbye.